Okay. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Tuesday, December 16th. I started this video yesterday, and I was waiting for some development on this. Well, we'll just show you what's happened here. Erika and I had an extremely productive 4.5 meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. Okay. Can you imagine it talking to either Erika Kirk or Candace Owens for 4.5 hours? I mean, sitting down and talking to somebody for 4.5 hours. I mean, that in itself is quite it's quite a big ask. But Erika Kirk and Candace Owens are both annoying, extremely annoying in their own way, right? 4.5 hours. We agreed much more than I anticipated. What does that even mean? Erika Kirk is 100% backing the official story. So, this would be about whether, the thing is, I mean, these are both handled people. These are both whatever they are, right? Like, people all think they know. This is what I always talk about, but exactly what it is. But we don't know exactly what it is. But we know that these people are, part of the show. They are famous people that are handled, and they are assets, and they are, so whatever that means. I mean, like the fact that they even said this meeting takes place. Now, Candace Owens first said that her husband was having this big thing Monday, and so that was the one reason she couldn't fly to Arizona, which she did. She flew to Arizona. She left her kids and her husband behind, or something, I don't know, and flew to Arizona. And she said she wouldn't do that, which was logical. Like, she has 4 young kids, and she has her own show, and her husband had some big business thing, and he's some multimillionaire guy, and that he had people coming in, and he couldn't rearrange the meeting, and so that so unless she just went by herself and didn't wasn't with her kids, whatever that is, right? Um, and flew there and flew back from Tennessee from Phoenix, Arizona. There's no, I can't believe there'd be a direct flight from you know wherever she's flying out of Nashville or whatever it is, Tennessee airport. I've flown through there once. Um, I think it's kind of a nice airport now that I think about it, but you know, um, I doubt there's a direct flight, so that's probably like a 3-4 hour flight, stopping somewhere. I don't know on the way. What would it be, like Chicago or Atlanta or something? And then so unless in private jet shit, I don't know. Let's just say it's a private jet thing. Um, but either way, that's a long flight. So they're flying there Sunday, meeting Monday, and then flying back. Again, whatever. I think she's on the plane. We have a little video of it. But them talking for 4 hours, and Erika Kirk's big thing is just accept the official story, which nobody wants to do, and Candace Owens certainly doesn't want to do that. So there's nothing really to talk about. How could you agree about shit, right? Like, if she's saying that she doesn't think the official story is true, then why is she like acting and doing all that bullshit she's doing? Like, either way, it's fucked. Like, this just shouldn't. There should be no. Um, we agreed much more than I anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel and clarify intent. I will, of course, have a full rundown for you guys for all tomorrow, and I am currently exhausted, but I wanted to quickly let you guys know that absolutely nothing was held back. An immediate result was the tensions were thawed. Um, like, fuck you. This is like, she's going to milk this thing for as much as she can. And we'll see where she goes with this thing tonight. It forces people to tune into her fucking show. And I don't know if Erika Kirk's going to come out and talk. Like, now, like, what's her thing? I'll go to her stupid Twitter thing in a second. I think I have it up here. Um, there's 20 point US gay. There's someone named Patriot Lady for some reason. I don't know why. That person was slamming Candace Owens. We saw this person before. She's a real Israeli shill. She's pro-Israel. She has a fucked up Instagram. So I don't know why. I thought I had Erika Kirk's thing up here. Oh, here it is. Here's her thing. Steadfast in faith, social entrepreneur proclaims streetwear. Midweek Rise Up podcast, Bible, and 365, formerly Eric Cronley. Had a very productive conversation with the real Candace Owens. More to come from both of us. Looking forward to Amfest this week. Time to get back to work. So I don't know. We'll check PTUSK. What is it? What turning point? TPUSK PT. So it's just like one of those things when you're watching a TV show or movie. It takes a plot turn, and you're like, should I continue watching this? But we'll just, we'll see what they both shit out here today in terms of content. We'll check in with the Twinks over on their YouTube channel, and so it sounds like they reached a deal. Like that's what it sounds like. Like they negotiated some kind of a deal here. And if Candace Owens becomes some kind of turning point, whatever, like that'll just be whatever it is. And they'll people will turn on Candace Owens in a second, right? I mean, if she, I don't know. We'll see how they all fucking talk about this. But now they're buddies again. Candace Owens certainly wanted to be part of the whole thing. They left her out. And I think that, created some of this stuff. For whatever it is, again, these are handled people, assets. So those were the initial thing. So, more to come from both of us. Like that's, what are they, buddies now? I mean, like they were like, Erika Kirk was calling truthers and Candace Owens evil and working for the enemy, right? Working for the devil, and now they're like buddies. So, anyways, now I have to tune into Candace Owens and watch her say, whatever she's going to say. But, this part of the thing might be, done, and then it'll just be like there'll be nobody. We'll see what kind of compromise was reached, right? But then there's a video from Candace as well.
4.5 hours later, I'm alive. I'm totally fine, and I'm sorry. I was going to do a show for you guys this evening, but I am truly exhausted. Very productive conversation. I asked
Okay, so maybe they had a conversation via, it was probably a Skype thing. I don't know. I thought she was maybe on a plane here, but who knows where she is here, maybe in a closet. So she's probably, if they did it via Skype, I don't know.
every single question. I mean, from Egyptian planes to Turning Point USA Faith. And I was very surprised by some of the answers that I got. And I think they were also very surprised when I shared certain intel. This probably should have happened a very long time ago, but I wanted to let you guys know that I am alive, and I will have the full rundown for you guys tomorrow of what transpired. And yeah, I think it was definitely a very big step in the right direction. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, so, like, fuck that, right? I mean, sell out, like, what the hell is this thing? Again, none of these things ever end up the way they should. Like, there's never get justice. There's never truth. These are all people who are, whatever they are, right? And so the questions would be, for me, like this thing. Like, she says that Tyler Boyer, who introduced Erika Kirk to Charlie Kirk, and hired all the guys over there, all the twinks, was hitting on interns. So, like, Christian, young Christian men who were there, wanting to do Christian things or be a part of a Christian thing. And he's hitting on them, and he's married but gay, and he seemed to hire a lot of gay dudes over there. Like, that has to come out, right? Like, she has information from people in Turning Point USA. They're saying this. I mean, that should destroy their organization right there. And Charlie Kirk knew about this stuff. So, So there's things like that. Was Charlie gay? Like, what was all these guys are. Milo said that Charlie was gay, and Milo said they all were gay. Which again, is it true or not? Like, so these things. Because that would be like, what the fuck are you guys doing then, right? Like, what is this about? When you guys are supposed to be right wing Christians, all that kind of stuff. So, that's just one thing. But things like that. The Egyptian planes is a silly little stupid thing that, like, nobody gives a shit about that. Because this should be about Israel. And then, Charlie's wishes on Israel and all the rest of it, right? Because, Erika Kirk went on with that woman, whatever her name was, Barry Weiss, and CBS, and then the other things, and Fox and all that stuff. Fox owned by Rupert Murdoch, and they're very, you know, Zionist, and so all those types of things. And you can't have a resolution on that given Erika's position. So we'll see what they say. But Erika sucks. Like, she just sucks so fucking bad. I mean, not that Candace doesn't, but Erika's so phony, and so the whole thing. Like, I mean, she's not really grieving her husband. So, like, are they really married? Are those really her kids? Like, how far does this go? You can't have, a fucking a come to Jesus moment with a cartoon. Like, you can't have a kumbaya moment with a fucking mannequin. With an actress, like a character, someone playing a character, which I guess maybe they both are. Candace is a little bit more authentic, but still. So, you know, either way, let's get into the other stuff I have here, and whatever happens tonight with her show and the rest of it. So, like, it sucks because, like, I don't want to listen to it. No one really wants to hear her recall a 4-hour conversation with Erika Kirk and whoever else was there. But I think they must have done this by a Zoom or Skype. I thought Erika Kirk said we're going to have a face-to-face, but maybe she meant, via the internets, whatever. So, like I said, it's a plot twist where you're like, the show sucks now. You guys, wrecked it. But, there's the other part to it, where Candace Owens is just removed, and she doesn't have to be a part of it. Like, there's so many people, like 95% of the people are against them, Turning Point US Gay. And either way, they've lost their mojo. They don't have any star there. And Erika Kirk certainly isn't that. So, it's not a good development. It seemed like it was going to get good when Candace Owens was threatening to reveal evidence about Tyler Boyer being, she was about to out him and all that shit. Like, that would have been a good thing. But now that seems like it's all, been undermined. All right, let's get into the other stuff here. Okay, so while they were meeting, these guys must have dropped their show. They kept their show going. They have one little clip here. New evidence debunks Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. So we'll cover that first here, and then we'll get into some of the other stuff. It's, we'll get through this or whatever it is.
Gary Milton, owner and lead instructor of Paramount Tactical. You can follow him on X, which is how I discovered him. He's been doing great work just breaking down all the dynamics of the case. I think people's intrigue in the dynamics of the case is reaching an all-time high. Completing 4 combat tours. He won because, I refuse to go back to Utah like anytime soon. I'll just be honest. It's no offense. I
actually flew a drone. And what we did was a 3D map survey of the campus, and we have since built a 3D model of that's interactive.
Quick, so people can see how easy it ultimately was to get on this rooftop access point, 133.
All right, folks, so here's the stairs. They go to the roof. Wow.
Okay, so getting on the roof, we're going to go through this thing fast, right? Obviously, the fencing wasn't there at 9:10. But why wasn't this roof cleared? Why wasn't, the whole thing, like the rooftop with Trump, this whole thing. Charlie said to this guy, Andrew Kovet, said to this guy, according to Candace Owens, they're going to kill me, like 2 days or a day before they did. Who's they? Who was they? And, all that stuff. This is the shooter position.
If you look at the UVU courtyard, it is channelized. It's obvious where any sort of...
Okay, so getting on the roof was whatever that is. Like I don't know if people have a thing with like but getting up on a roof is getting on a roof. You had to get up on there with a high powered rifle. You're walking through a campus with a rifle, so you'd have to have it. You can't have it like in a rifle bag. The things are long, right? Like there's no backpack you can put it on. It's not something where you're like your kid would look like a normal person with something that would hold a rifle that size. So we'd have to put the thing together, smuggle it in, and then there's the caliber of bullet bullshit thing. So no one gives a shit about whether he got on the roof or not. Like I think people have said that he was on the roof. I don't think Candace and these other people are saying that he wasn't on the roof or whatever. That somebody was on the roof, whatever it might have been. The caliber of bullet, which this guy Andrew Colvert said, Charlie stopped it with his magic bones and the magic bullet.
The omission. A lot of people pushing these different conspiracy theories and exploiting Charlie's death for their own means. They're not telling you this information. Like, why haven't these people gone to this location and looked at this? Why aren't they showing people how easy it is to actually access the roof?
Okay, so I have not heard any of the things about the roof. I've not heard one conspiracy theory. I didn't listen to all the Candace Owens stuff, but I don't think she talked about it. So this is one whole video that seems to be devoted to the roof.
And if people saw what I saw, a lot of this stuff would make a lot more sense to them, and they wouldn't believe.
Okay, so like if you were a tactical guy and you work with these weapons, you would talk about the 30-06 and what it would do and all these videos of what it is doing to mannequins and the rest of it. Like what it really would have done. The bullet would have went through Charlie's neck. And the autopsy, does it say they have the bullet, right? Do they have the bullet? Again, we won't know for a fucking year and a half or, like... And so, like, this is just silly, right? This is you debunking it. All right, we'll get into the comment section of both these videos. But this is, we're 7 minutes into a 12-minute video, and this is debunking Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. This is debunking nothing, right? Just that he was on the roof or not, or somebody was on the roof.
A lot of these other artificial narratives that people are pushing.
Well, and let me just, because when I saw this video of yours, Gary, it reminded me of the charging document. So this is straight from the charging document. It says Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a, quote, stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. And when
Boom. There it is. What the fuck? You guys suck so fucking bad.
See how easy that rooftop access is, you start to kind of put one and one together, and you realize that Robinson had a plan that he was going to ultimately...
Okay, again, the rooftop access, getting a rifle up there is a little bit more problematic. But that, let's say he did those things. He got the rifle up there, put it up there days in advance, whatever, hit it up there. Who knows what the thing is there, right? The bullet didn't fucking come from, it wasn't a 30-06 bullet. Based in multiple videos by multiple people who are, maybe not conspiratorial or not really into the thing. They just want to see, people who work with this caliber, people have left comments here. A bullet, what it does to an animal if you kill it. I mean, that's the impact of the bullet, right? And Charlie, it would have blown through his neck, right? Like, it would have blown through his neck, like by all of these accounts. So, and if the murder weapon isn't this rifle, then what did he use, right? And so, there's all that. But in all that, that doesn't prove shit. Like, you can get up on the roof, so what? Like, you can get up on the roof, and this guy was a furry banging dude. That doesn't mean he was able to kill Charlie Kirk on his own, right? Like, that doesn't mean that this was something that you're saying it could have happened, based on this. Well, he could have got up on the roof. Okay, sure. He could have got up on the roof, right? Like, lots of people could, so could have everybody else, could have professional hitmen, right? Like, so they come up with these patsy stories. They're not believable. Like it's not. This doesn't prove shit. Like your whole thing here. Back when you said that Charlie had a magic neck that stopped the bullet from hitting other people because he was just so saintly, you didn't want anybody else to be taken. So his bone density was that, 4 times bigger. His neck bone density was bigger than that of an elk. Because what they're saying is the bullet went in somewhere around just under his jaw, and then went downward, and then stopped, and then blew out the front. But the bullet was still lodged in him, according to Candace Owens. Like all that shit would be coming out, and so But either way, you won't know for a year and a half, or whatever it is, a year and a month. But this is not debunking conspiracy theories.
Advantage of, and he
is August 27th. So we have at least almost a full 2 weeks prior to this, that not only the time of the event, but the location, the exact location of the UVU courtyard. So when you have over 10 days of planning, and it sounds...
Okay, so this is going nowhere. Owner and lead instructor of Paramount Tactical. Like, when have you ever seen conspiratorial videos or videos of people debunking, tactical people, right-wing people, debunking the conspiracy theories? Like this, why is this guy doing this? Like, what is your motivation to prove that it was this guy? Like, what is your motivation? Like, who are you being paid by? When other people are going out who maybe are a little bit neutral or whatever they are, and firing, these various, versions, because they have different types of, you can get different types of the 30-06, right? Like they have different, not all the ammo is exactly the same. And they're firing, multiple versions of this and coming up with the same conclusion that his neck would have been obliterated. It would have been not this thing that we saw. He wouldn't have retained the bullet. It would have been the damage would have been much more severe, and the bullet would have went through him and hit something or somebody else behind him. Right? So, that's what you would prove, that the official story is bullshit, right? Like, why are you so interested in debunking conspiracy theories, and why is Turning Point so interested in going with the official story when Charlie Kirk said himself that he didn't believe one person could do something like this with JFK? Like, there's that video out there, and he was somebody who was anti-government, and none of you guys trusted the FBI, right? And so, why would anybody do this? Why would anybody debunk these things? And it centers around whether he could have got up on the fucking roof or not. You think that debunks something? Well, he could have got up on the roof, so he's guilty, right?
Like that Tyler already was familiar with the campus to begin with. Early on, Frank Turk talked about that on the way there that, he actually was looking at Charlie's phone and that he saw drone footage from the event. Now, we ended up grounding the drone. We went and jumped through some hoops. We were trying to get conspiracy. Well, took that, what Frank said at the beginning, and said, hey, this is clear indication of lying and or a conspiracy. Well, what I found out was
Okay, so they got nothing. All right, so that's the first piece. There's another one here. Okay, laying out the evidence that points to Tyler Robinson as the assassin. I am going to cover today a movie by Angel Studios. This is why I heard them.
Friends at Angel Studios. I love Angel Studios. Amazing new film.
Okay, so they do a cartoon on David, and they make some jokes about that. This is the guy who does Angel Studios. So, we're going to get to the comments, and they're all like, fuck you guys. And they're disputing what these guys are saying. But, they have a backstory for a patsy. But if they had irrefutable evidence and they didn't want this thing lingering, there would be a trial already. There would be, again, they don't need all this time to gather evidence. The longer they go, the worse it gets, in terms of the, moving away from the thing. And they would just bring resolution to the family and the whole thing. It's a big case. And they could just rot it through. You make this guy guilty whatever way possible. And then people would dispute the case like they did with the RFK, the movie. This guy did a separate trial in Louisiana or whatever it was, right? The Kevin Costner character in the movie. and they put together all the things debunking the official story. And then it would just sit there, and then people would have their opinions on it. Either way, that's the way this thing's going to go at some point. But, you have a patsy. Like, they always roll out a patsy, and there's going to be a reason, a story, and a manifesto, and all this bullshit. And then, like, they're questioning, everyone's questioning the evidence behind this Tyler Robinson thing. And so, here's their thing here. Now, this was at 5 o'clock on Monday. They were supposed to do they were going to debunk the conspiracies. And they put up 2 clips here. I don't know what else they have. But these would be their most compelling clips that they're putting up on YouTube. They have a podcast somewhere that nobody watches. And so they put up 2 clips, and these are the 2 clips. Now, this is the thing they invited Candace Owens to, and she was going to cover their thing live today or yesterday. Instead, she was meeting with Erika J. Kirks while they were debunking all of her bullshit, right? And so,
you have defended, at least from what I can tell, I actually want to hear what your real thoughts are, aspects at least of the prosecution's case. If that is...
Yeah, why are you doing that? Like, why would anybody do that? Why would anybody on the right wing think that this official story is true? Like, why would they want that to be true? And not that the government did it, or not that, there was a bigger conspiracy, or not it was, Israel or whatever. You'd have to be like a complete shill and a complete piece of shit, right? Because, this is not what people do on the internet. They don't debunk these things, like, unless they're paid to do it, right? I mean, you can have your own, you can go at it as truthers in which theory you believe, but you don't see people who are like, the official story is so true. The official story, it's just so true. I just got to debunk all these conspiracy theories, right?
It's correct, which I believe it is. Why do you believe aspects of the prosecution's case? Why do you believe that Tyler
prosecution's
Robinson...
case for who?
Against Tyler Robinson.
Well,
They,
this is like we live in this world of dichotomized, or false dichotomies, where if you say, there's certain things I believe, and then everybody's immediate trope is, oh, so you believe the FBI, you believe the official narrative. And like, I don't believe anything, and I don't believe anybody except what I can, to the best of my ability, surmise, deduce, or, observe myself. So, do I think that there's any better explanation for what we already have in terms of Tyler Robinson having been on the roof, allegedly with a gun? I mean, you can always pick certain holes in certain stories and say, well, how did he get the gun down? And it had a towel on it when it should. The bottom line is you have video. I was watching it, live the day of people hearing the shot ring out from the roof. They look over. You've got footage of a man who was later identified allegedly by his parents as Tyler Robinson. And so based on all of that, to get into the nitpicky, and people say, well, a 30-06 would never have not left an exit wound. And like, Martin Luther King was shot with a 30-06. And then they say, oh, well, that struck him in the face and the jawbone, and that's a hard bone, so it doesn't go through the whole body there. So like, then you say, okay, well, there are circumstances in which a 30-06 would not have an exit wound, but it's not a question of blindly believing.
You're saying that the Martin Luther King thing was not for fucking, fake thing as well. Like, if everybody believes JFK story is fake, like almost everybody, like Charlie Kirk believed that, then why would Martin Luther King thing be also equally fake, right? So, I mean, you're saying that happened before in a legitimate, governmental, non-conspiratorial assassin of somebody, right? Like, is that the only other time that 30-06 didn't leave an exit wound, right?
A narrative. You just, do your best based on whatever evidence is available as of now. And, the exploding lapel mic was preposterous in the first place. I mean, almost too preposterous to even feel the need to address. But people complicating things by saying, okay, exploding lapel, they've got a man with a detonator, they falsely identify a number of people at first, and they think that somehow suffices to cast doubt on the best evidence that exists to date, which is that Tyler Robinson shot the shot. He had the rifle. His parents identified him. And then people say, well, his parents didn't identify him. Well, his parents are sitting in court right now. You'd think they'd be saying something if they wrongly identified or arrested.
Okay, so this is nothing, right? This is like this guy saying this is the best scenario. Like, I I didn't even hear about the exploding lapel thing. Of course, there's going to be a lot of things that aren't true, but this means nothing. Like you guys are saying, this is debunking. This is laying out the evidence that points to Tyler Robinson as the assassin. You're just saying that this is the best story I've heard so far. And these things, I'm believing that the 30-06 didn't leave an exit wound. I'm believing that, because Martin Luther King, right? Like it's silly. Like this is just silly. You're not laying out any evidence. Like this isn't a slam dunk. Like you have a government that creates these false assassins, right? And whatever really happened, that we don't know. Like whatever really happened to any of these people, Martin Luther King or JFK, there's always going to be these theories, but very few. There's no conclusive evidence after the fact, and whatever was going on at the time, whatever evidence they actually had to point to something or somebody else, you don't know, right? Because they're doing the investigation, they're controlling the investigation and the narratives, and so like it's all going to be based in speculation. Like this is how these things always go. But we do know that the government has a history of bringing out these lone angry gunmen and creating these goofy backstories and these, this his tweets and the rest of it. And so, like anybody with half a brain would say, yeah, this looks shady as fuck. This guy's like, this is the best version. Yeah, well, okay. So you're not even saying, you're saying allegedly. So how the fuck is this like, this is what you guys got, right? Of course they don't have anything.
The wrong person. So do I believe that Tyler Robinson, based on the evidence now, took the shot? Yes. Do I believe the official narrative that Tyler acted alone? Hell no. And this is where I say, like, people are doing a disservice to the actual, what might be a conspiracy in the truest legal sense of more than one person working towards an outcome here, that I don't believe Tyler took the shot. I don't believe Tyler worked alone.
Okay, so you're saying that the FBI's lying, right? You guys have two clips here. One guy is like, he definitely could have got on the roof. Yeah, I'm sure you can get on those roofs, right? You need a drone for that? I could have told you. Most of those roofs, there's roof access. You know why? Because, like, fucking, there needs to be things done to the roof, right? Almost every building has a roof access. Wow, he could get up on that roof. Fucking crazy. He must be guilty. And this guy's saying, yeah, the FBI's lying and that he didn't act alone. I don't believe he acted alone. I kind of believe he did the thing, allegedly, based on the evidence that I've seen, right? And so you don't have anything, right? Let's move forward here.
It said on screen, Charles Kirk, Mr. College Dropout, does not know what's coming tomorrow. Be ready. This isn't a threat. It's a promise. And this person is making suspicious glances to the side repeatedly. Yeah, Viva, what do you make of this stuff? And this was not an isolated case. There was other instances of people appearing to have advanced knowledge.
Okay, so they want to get it that this is the narrative that Megyn Kelly was putting out there that Lance Twinks knew, and Tyler Robinson's confession was, which again, then you're saying that his confession was bullshit. Then that he was, if you're going to use that as evidence, but then actually he was trying to cover Lance Twinks, and Lance Twinks got all his furry transgender buddies, and they all were in on this, and then they started leaking information online because that was what it is. This is a bunch of transgender dudes coming together to support one guy who grew up as a Republican and had knowledge of how to working knowledge of how to use a rifle, but had never shot a person before. And he climbed up on a roof with his team. Like, when you see these teams of people like Mission Impossible, and Tom Cruise has a team of experts and people that pull off these missions that are impossible to pull off, but somehow they do it because he's got this great team and he's so great. But his team was a furry transgender and his buddies, right? And these guys all, this is what you're putting out there. Like that's real conspiracy is that there was more than one person. Like it was these guys. Like that's what you guys are putting.
Well, that's where I am very, very curious and very suspicious and don't believe what we're being told that, Tyler Robinson acted alone, or that text message, which really reads more like a script out of a movie of like Walter White from Breaking Bad trying to save Skyler. So he sets up that phone call and makes her look like she didn't know anything that was going on. People.
This is the thing that Dave Smith said, the exact same thing that Dave Smith said with Megyn Kelly, which they would have listened to. They would have had that. So Dave Smith thing, which I don't know why he wouldn't, pin this on Israel, who has no problem killing people, Mossad or something, but, the rest of it. But, the people who are, individual people can pull off possibly could pull off an assassination if the person was able to. You're getting up there and you're shooting a person for the first time without any kind of military background. They have to break you in the military. I had a couple of buddies in college that went through the Paris Island, the Marine boot camp, and my brother was, in Vietnam, and he was a drill sergeant. But there's an indoctrination process and a breaking process where they have to get you to, want to kill people and really be pumped up about it. There's a movie called Jarhead in which there's an assassin team. There's a guy who's the shooter. It's kind of a very weird movie because nothing really takes place. It's like at the end of the Iraq War, and they have this assignment to assassinate this guy, and they call it off. And the guy who's the spotter is Jake Gyllenhaal's is the shooter, and the guy who's his teammate who's spotting the guy, he's like, "Come on, just let us do it. Let's just shoot the guy." They're going to do an airstrike and get him with that. And they're like, let's just get the guy first, and then you do the airstrike a minute later. Because he just really wants to, they really want to kill somebody, right? They've been training all this time, and they've been, away. Their wives are cheating on them, and they're all, and they're all pumped up, and, it's just this, they get pumped up to, kill people, right? They have to, it's something they have to override, some part of you. It's like, don't kill, right? So every human being has something inside of them that they have to override, which is a resistance to killing people, and sometimes even hunting. People have this thing called buck fever. They can't take the shot at a deer or something. They just can't pull the trigger. It's like you're looking down the barrel of the gun, and you're like, fuck, I don't feel good about this, right? You're having an emotional reaction. If you don't have military training to override that, and you're in it's one thing to plan something, have an idea, but this kid's up on the roof. He's he's shot some animals before. But he's sitting there, and Charlie Kirk has kids. I mean, there's things that you would go through. This kid doesn't look like some sociopathic person. So, there's things that you have to override. There's contingencies and plans and, things that could ultimately go wrong. What are these people who are involved with this who know about it? If all these people knew about it, Lance Twinks, and his buddies, they all knew about it. And so, maybe some of them feel bad and they tell somebody, or it goes to somebody, and people's like, all these things. There's ways that things can be prevented, right? And so, who doesn't fucking have problems killing people? Governments, and former military people, and, people who are mercenaries and these things, hitmen, who do things and pull these things off, right? Because it's a lot easier it's hard to do something the first time. This is a big thing to do, your first time, right? This kid is like some kind of sociopath who's just able to do this. That's why these things are not believable. And so it's much more believable that the government did it. And who had motivation? Well, Trump had some motivation for, this thing was a big distraction from, immediately he benefited because he was on the ropes because of the Jeffrey Epstein thing. But Israel, Charlie Kirk had took hundreds of millions of dollars from Israel. And then he was like, fuck you guys. I'm not defending you anymore because, whatever. And he wasn't even that bad about it, but he was enough, and he was going to stop. He wrote an email saying, he was in a chat room with a bunch of people saying, I want to stop taking donor money from Israel. I don't like the pressure they're putting on me. We saw the interview he did with Megyn Kelly. And so they had bought and sold this guy. They bait him into who he was. And so they had plenty of motivation, right? Much more motivation than some free-loving guy who's like, oh, Charlie Kirk's evil, like this kind of bullshit. That's the kind of thing they always come up with. People kill you when you take hundreds of millions of dollars and say fuck you guys, right? Like what do you think they're going to do? They're not going to, if he had became a voice against Israel at a time when they were sealing the deal with the thing with Trump and all this stuff, what they did to Palestine. So, that's the more believable thing. This guy, so they have nothing here.
Posted in advance. Now, whether or not it's just a coincidence, that type of coincidence, I'm less inclined to believe is a coincidence. There's these Discord.
Okay, so this none of this stuff is really all that believable. So, they roll out something. They have it where, they put together a story. And it seems like they put together the story in a sloppy way so that you won't believe it, that certain people won't believe it.
Chats were quite clear. Was it an Israeli agent who took the sniper shot? Was it Israeli Mossad agents who weaponized Tyler Robinson online? I mean, you could get there. And if the evidence goes there, then take it there as it might be. But for now, other than those text messages, which show something of a sinister inside look at donors and what they expect from the people that they give money to, nothing's for free and there's no free lunch. It doesn't do anything to contradict or add on.
Wait, maybe let's go back here.
People discovering these text messages, the ones that are now the central point of this conspiracy, that it was a hired assassination by Israel. I can understand how people read those texts and say, holy crap, that's a coincidence that now I'm going to connect two dots on. But like I keep trying to tell people, it's like, okay, on the one hand, that would describe a potential mens rea, an interest. If they want to be convinced by that, and I can certainly understand why people find that.
Let's go back just a little bit more here.
In the planning, or at least keeping quiet what was going to go down, that's where I would go with what I believe to be a conspiracy that is not in line with the official narrative. If the narrative is Tyler Robinson acted alone and his lover had no idea what was going on. That being said, and I've defended some of the other actors as well. Ian Carroll, I've had him on my channel a while back, and I defend his right to say stupid things online. And when Candace, again, defend their right to say things if they sincerely believe them. And I can understand how people discovering these text messages, the ones that are now the central point of this conspiracy, that it was a hired assassination by Israel. I can understand how people read those texts and say, holy crap, that's a coincidence that now I'm going to connect to.
It's not a coincidence. So Charlie Kirk took hundreds of millions of dollars from a murderous organization, right? Like the mafia. Let's call something worse than the mafia, right? That is just killed 300,000 children in Palestine and has no problem killing people. Like governments don't have a problem, and Israel and Mossad, they don't have a problem killing people. He took hundreds of millions of dollars from them. And then he was bringing in Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson, and they were giving him a hard time, and there was interventions, which have all been documented. And so this is, the heart of this thing, right? Like, who would want him dead? Well, the guy you gave hundreds of millions of dollars to, and he started to bring people in and undermine his support for Israel. And, in a dickish kind of weaselly way, right? So we know all that. Everyone knows that. So these text messages are real, and they know these text messages are real. And he said in the text messages, I no longer want to be a part of Israel. I don't want to have taken pro-Israel money. I don't like the pressure they're putting on me. I don't like what they're saying about me. And he went on Megyn Kelly and talked about that. And the messages were 2 days before he was shot. Okay, so, take that for what it's worth, right? Like, and he said to Andrew Colvett, who Candace someone said, Andrew Colvett said, they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. Like, not they, them. Not Tyler Robinson. Not a bunch of furries. Right? This is legitimate stuff here. Like, a motive is here. The people who had the most motive is the people he took all that money from. And if he turns on them, it's way worse because he once was their supporter. So if he starts saying things about Israel, starts bringing people in like Dave Smith, then they're really fucked, right? And so, and then they can kill him and say then the Shabbat book comes out and it's, the narrative they're running with. So, that's just it's really legitimate what they're saying. It's much more likely that Mossad killed it than this guy, right? Just based in that's who's better at it. Who would you hire? Tyler Robinson or Mossad to kill Charlie Kirk? If you want to kill Charlie Kirk or somebody, who would you hire? Mossad? Who would you think would be a better job? Mossad or some random furry loving dude? And so, like, that's where the thing just falls apart, bro. Right? This whole thing. So they have nothing here. Like, they brought someone in who's saying, allegedly, and based on the evidence, and, well, I think this was more than one person. Well, then you're not debunking shit, right? You're just saying that the official story, they got a guy on here saying he does not believe in the official story, right? He's just not willing to go in a logical direction because whatever happens, where he's been shackled up or whatever.
Thoughts on. But like I keep trying to tell people, it's like, okay, on the one hand, that would describe a potential mens rea, an interest. If they want to be convinced by that, and I can certainly...
and then you would, if they were legitimate here, they'd bring in, this is where they would have had Candace Owens or somebody else here that would have debated this guy, right? That would have said the things that I'm saying and whatever else they have, right? And so there's nothing here. Let's move forward.
It was a lapel mic exploding because that just complicates what would have otherwise been...
Assist with the immediate investigation. Cash and Dan were there, obviously. But this is a local prosecution.
Cash and Dan. And this is a local prosecution. These guys at Utah, they're not compromisable, right? But why are they going with this exploding lapel mic thing? Now, I've heard certain whatever it is, right? And, people come up with theories that are often, disinformation theories, or they're just like, well, what about this? Like I talked about thermite. And they were these theories that then they debunk one theory, and it's like we debunked everything. Like if the official story is fake, and they destroyed all the evidence, and they contaminated the crime scene and all the other things that we know are true. So all right, let's go to the comments here. Okay, huge. It says huge. New evidence debunks Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory. So the new evidence, what they present, this is the video where the guy says he could get access to the roof. The new evidence is that he flew a drone and said how easy it was to get access to the roof. And so, and I guess there was some people saying he couldn't get on there, the whole thing. But, it's, let me just say this, too, before we get to the comments. And here are the comments here. They're still marching up. Erika Kirk is a nightmare. Like, she is just so fake. And if you're telling me that you're a person who is good at discerning things, right? You're bringing these two guys on who are experts, and they're good at, figuring out the truth, right? These are people who are debunkers, and they're good at getting to the bottom of things. You can't overlook Erika Kirk's nightmare. Like, that's the number one thing. Erika Kirk's a fucking fake whatever, grieving, not really grieving, the acting, the performative stuff. And so, right? It's just a nightmare. She's a nightmare, and you can't overlook that, right? Just like you can't overlook Candace Owens' weirdness and whatever her thing is with all this stuff, right? But it's 60,000 views, and these are the comments. How come he was able to fly a drone, but security couldn't? Thought there would be no live streams today. And again, it's a dick move for them to go along with this thing, and then just bring in these experts and not bring in anybody else who could bring in evidence and things, and because they're not, they don't, this is a cover-up, right? It makes them look shady as shit, right? Clearly, the security team didn't need permission to post someone at the access or even the roof. Again, there's one rooftop that had access to him, and they had a big security team and police there. And all they had to do was put someone up there, right? And this Charlie Kirk would still be alive. So, according to the official story. If this location was such an obvious huge security risk, why did TPUSK insist on even through UVA strongly advised against it? And again, they're saying that this was so easy to access, and why did his security team know about it? Of course, like all these things, there's huge holes in all this story. If the roof was, it says it here, same thing. If the roof was easy access, why didn't Charlie security? See, this is all the same comments. Traitors. From the beginning, I was flabbergasted that the roof wasn't secured. What happened with this, especially after Butler, PA, attempted on Trump? I just said the same thing. We're all saying the same thing. because it's stupid, right? It's so easily, if everybody says the same thing, okay, you're saying it's easy to get access to the roof, then why didn't you guys think about this, right? Why did he then get access to the roof? Why did you let him? Why did security and police let him? Why did you push for an outdoor venue when the college campus suggested an indoor one? Which again, so all of these things, right? It was how quickly they moved to make this thing happen, according to Candace Owens. There's all these things about it. If it was an easy shot and it was easily accessible, then this is a huge security failure. So are you guys saying your security failed? I mean, that's just silly. Like, you're just silly. What a freaking clown show. With all due respect, Charlie would be insulted by the lack of ingenuity. Yeah, don't even watch the security team, guys. Look at the roof. Keep looking at the roof, guys. Seriously. What is this live stream addressing? All of Candace Owens' accusation and all the other conspiracy, isn't it today? No, she's, this was what they shit out here. If Gary talking to you via Zoom, how unauthentic. This is just mind-blowing. Right, so both people are talking to them via Zoom, but they didn't want to let Candace Owens on via Zoom, right? And so, it's just, the people aren't fucking stupid, right? Crazy you had a show on December 15th and interview someone who wasn't able to be in the studio personally. What a time to be alive. No discussion about the 30-06 why. In the day CO suggests this Zoom call, this was worthless. All right, so I'm confused. Exactly as it's supposed to debunk. It shows your security team didn't do their job securing the venue, idiots. These are all like 34 replies, 49 replies, right? Like, these are all, yeah, that's truly, this whole thing. So you're getting rolled up here, right? And so for this one here, seems like intentionally tainting the jury pool, IMLO. And this one got only 31,000 views, but it has 900 comments. I do believe the earth is round, but I don't trust the government. This situation or any situation. Common sense tells you there's a lot more to this story. I thought no one was going to post until after the meeting. Again, Erika Kirk said in her text that they were going to hold off posting these things. And while the meeting was going on, they ran all this bullshit out there. And then, posted this stuff. So, I mean, there was supposed to be a truce. I don't know if this will be addressed by Candace Owens or whatever it is. But, the whole thing's fucking silly. Like, it's just, here it is. Charlie would roll over in his grave if he saw that Charlie didn't want to run RNC because he wanted to break the Republican establishment and drain the swamp, not join the Republican establishment and swim in the swamp. Oh, so the same day they break down the talk to Candace, now they are opening possibilities. I miss Charlie. He will never be replaced. There were multiple agents in the furry chat room. What a joke. Thought this wasn't going to go on until after the talk with Candace. So y'all posting evidence in fear of tainting the jury pool? Are you freaking kidding me? You all are so corrupt and laughable. But the words of Cat Williams, all lies will be exposed. We have the receipts. No one believes you. So quick to point a finger at the TikToker who, without any evidence, seems a little hypocritical. We want answers. All right, so you get the idea. These are all, nobody's saying, wow, you guys rocked it, and this makes sense, and wow, you've changed my mind. So it was stupid for them to do this because it's not going to have an effect. Like, there's the official story, and there's going to be what happens, which there's going to be no accountability. There's going to be no anything. No one's ever going to, no one's going to see, no one who's really responsible for this is going to, I've said this over and over again. We know this, right? There's never any accountability. The truth comes out sort of, like you get the truth. Like, you can know the truth. If you're able to discern the truth, you can know the truth. As much as you can. Like, and who gives a shit? Like, you don't need to go down rabbit holes. But you get the sense that this thing, whatever. Like, in terms of what people think, Charlie's still alive, and that was a hologram. Charlie never existed. I mean, there could be any number of things, right? He was killed, but he was killed by a lapel mic, apparently, exploding. Or he was, there was some Now people are saying he was electrocuted. Like all these things, right? Which, there's going to be all these theories. And none of that's important. The specifics behind it are not important. Why is this happening? Why did you see Charlie Kirk get killed? What was the motivation behind that? What was really there, right? Was it really about Turning Point, or was it about something else, right? Like, why is this part of our existence now? Why is JFK killed publicly? Why was he assassinated, or was he? Right? So like all those things. But the general sense is that that the people who control the system, it's a debt-based economy with a depravity at its center, hedonism as its center, and disconnecting you from God, breaking down the family, bringing you away from your soul's path, and in a system that inevitably will collapse because it goes against God's will, because it's demonic, and then all the things that go along with it, the religion and all the things that go along with it. Like, that's all you need to know, that we're going in the wrong direction. Our leadership is, compromised by demonic forces, and everybody's going in the wrong direction. A materialistic, not even a good materialistic, but it's a selfishness and a entitlement and an unnatural life, an unnatural hedonistic life, and where people are liars and creating their own illusions and psychologically fucked, all these things, right? Our system, our technology has brought us to this point, right, where we're going farther away from what it's like to be a natural human being and all the things that we're supposed to be, and an expression of our souls. And so inevitably all this shit starts happening. Like, it's all just part of a demonic system. It's just demonic stuff that goes against the will of God, right? And so this is where you end up, like this whole thing, not just this thing, but all of it, like Trump and Biden and the wars and all the things that come afterwards, all the the 60% of the youth being depressed and feeling like they have no future, like all the things that are there, right? And so the truth is, it's simple in the sense that the solution is you have to go back to having an internal relationship with the divinity within you, and then get right with that part of yourself, the spiritual part, and find out what your purpose here, your soul's purpose is, and serve God. Like, stop thinking that your life is here to go on some hedonistic, enjoyment. It's about physical enjoyment. Like, you're not here to physically enjoy your spiritual, your incarnation, right? You have a spiritual purpose. Like, enjoyment's part of it. Joy is part of life, but just so is sadness, pleasure and pain. They're all there, right? Like, all those things are there. But there's a larger purpose here. And as long as people's egos have hijacked their soul's path collectively and individually, then this is the kind of thing you end up with, right? It's very clear. Like, it's this very simple thing. And so anyways, all right, so this was their debunking. We'll come back to whatever. I'll either cover Candace's own, I'll probably cover her thing tonight. It's just whatever. This video doesn't have to be put up till tomorrow afternoon, so more than likely I will put the stuff with Candace, at least some of it. I don't know how, like, it's just a hard thing to get. It's so dense, right? This stuff's so dense, and it's pretty retarded, right? All right, so I got a bunch of other things to get to. A bunch of new jewelry here that is being sold to me on Facebook that I have been covering lately, and so that's great. And then some other things, and then we'll come back to a little bit to Candace at the end of this thing. So let's get into the stuff I started yesterday here. Okay, today's Monday, December 15th. I'm waiting on whatever's going to happen between Candace and Erika J. Kirk, and then I'm sure this video's not going up till Wednesday. I'll probably have something more to say about that. If there's any, who knows what's going to come of that in terms of public information. But either way, I want to talk about Christianity in a moment. But here, I was there in the psychological war of 2020. On the front lines, furiously posted memes like a son of a bitch. It's quality, meme there. And so, lost books of the Bible expose secrets the church is hiding about Jesus. Now, look at all these jewelry things I'm getting. I've been looking at that jewelry on Facebook, the Bible thing. And I'm not a jewelry person, obviously, and my wife isn't really into jewelry. So, but I like the jewelry network, and someday I'll do that. I'll just do a show just about me commenting on their. I like watching those home shopping things. I never buy anything, but I enjoy mocking it. The Bible is often seen as a fixed text that has remained largely unchanged for generations, but is not so. There are 66 books in the modern Bible across the Old Testament and New Testament, but only 70 writings were circulated in early Jewish and Christian communities that were never accepted into the canon. These lost books date from the late Second Temple period through the 3rd century AD, spanning roughly the 1st century when Jesus lived up to about 300 AD. Many of these works, century when Jesus lived up to about 300 AD. Many of these works were controversial or heretical, offering radical different portrayals of angels, giants, Jesus, and humanity's origins. They reveal a world of competing ideas about faith, morality, and divine intervention that early church leaders ultimately rejected. Some describe heavenly beings mating with humans, others present Jesus in ways that conflict with the New Testament, and still others depict familiar figures in starkly different roles. This is what I've been saying all along. You can't call this, the Old Testament's a piece of shit book, and there's some comment I also want to read about this, because it presents God in a light that, it's not anywhere close to being accurate about what God is, right? But they also edited these things with a specific goal of controlling the people that practice the religion, right? They edited these things to do that. They reveal completely different ideas about faith, morality, and divine intervention that early church leaders ultimately rejected. Some describe heavenly beings, I said that already. Through these texts, with influential at the time, they were eventually excluded from Jewish and Christian scripture, leaving only fragments or references in historical records. Today, they survive mostly in manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls or isolated copies preserved by groups such as Ethiopian churches. And so they talk about the giants. There's mention of the giants in the Whispers of the Brighter World, that giants were real. Of course, they have these bones somewhere. They're just not showing them to people. God commands that the Michael archangel bind the angels, and later the Nephilim perish in the flood. Fallen angels, 200 fallen angels, all this kind of stuff. Anyways, when people say it's the word of God, how can it be when they've edited it, right? Multiple times. It's been translated to all these various languages, and there's been times they've just taken things out. Of course, Jesus believed in reincarnation, because reincarnation is a real thing. And the soul, the teaching of the soul comes from India, and a lot of this, all these religions have taken teachings from India. Like Moses, the Moses character is, that this woman put a child in a basket in the Mahabharata that happened thousands of years before Moses was Moses' story. There was a character named Karna, and also the Immaculate Conception and these things. So anyways, okay, then one of my viewers sent me this on Instagram. It's a Facebook video. And it says God talking to humans. It's something that I've said, so I think the person found it interesting, or what I thought I would find it interesting, that this person has a similar view. I'm sure we're not the only ones, right?
So y'all are awful people. Terrible people. Everything you guys have done is 100% your fault. There is not another person to blame but y'all. But I rock with y'all so tough. I'm going to kill my son for what you guys did. Yep. Whoa.
Okay, so I talked about that. Why would God, if you look around at people, would you sacrifice your child for humanity? Right? How many people would give up their child to be crucified and tortured, tortured and crucified, humiliated, and die in one of the most horrible ways to die? How many parents would do that for humanity? They would sacrifice their child for all the pieces of shit out there in the world, right? I mean, it's just, like it's a theme of the Fantastic Four movie where Galactus, spoiler alert, where Galactus will not destroy the Earth if the Fantastic Four, the Miss Invisible and Stretch Guy, the Reed Richards, will give up their child, their unborn child, to the guy. And so, they don't do it. Because how many people would sacrifice their child to save the world, right? And especially with people being the way they are, the way that people are. I mean, just how humanity is. And humanity is over and over really depicted poorly in the Old Testament. Like in the Jewish Bible, humanity sucks, sinful, just horrible fucking people. Born sinners. But somehow God said, I'm going to sacrifice my only son. And things haven't gotten better since then, right? Like, people don't deserve to go to heaven fucking now. Like, most Christians, wouldn't get to heaven if there's any standards at all. But, like, it's just a bullshit thing. It's fucking bullshit. It's just fucking stupid. God would never do that, and we're all children of God. Like, it says that in the Bible, too. And, I mean, it's just everyone has a soul, which is divinity within you. So all these things, it's just fucking stupid. But, like, if you've been indoctrinated by it, you can't see through it. That's not my problem. But even this guy, right? He doesn't look like a...
Hold up. And then once he's dead, y'all are gravy. Sound like a plan?
Hell no.
Hell?
Wait.
So y'all are off.
All right, so there's that. So I got to remind myself to do the voiceover here. I have a couple comments to read to go along with all this stuff, and after this clip here. I have a voiceover open, so I can't do it right now. I have one. But there's a movie studio called Angel Studios or something. And I watched something from it, like a trailer. There's a very right-wing, Christian, very skewed movies. I think that one movie where, I'm not even going to talk about that. I don't know the name of it. I don't think I could relay it, but there was a famous movie that did really well with the guy who played Jesus in Mel Gibson's movie, I think it is. But this is called David, the final trailer. It's going to be released in Christmas. It's about King David.
David! Come on, let's go!
Let's go, Angel Studios.
You'll hear it calling your name.
He sounds freaking pretty gay when he sings.
Over the land. Our enemies will strike once more.
Imagine the biggest warrior you have.
Okay, so he's gonna fight Goliath here. Here he is fighting Goliath.
They may
have
been bigger than even I thought.
So are they gonna show him collecting foreskins from the Philistines? He only had to do 100, but he did 200 to win his father-in-law, his prospective father-in-law, so he could marry his daughter and become king. The guy was trying to set him up for failure and said, go get 100 Philistine foreskins, but he got 200 because he's a go-getter. Because the Bible rocks like that. The Old Testament rocks like that. They're going to show that to these kids. They're going to show the foreskin thing. There it is, an adult.
Enough to defeat my entire army!
So there's that, right? It's a lot of. They were really obsessed with circumcision and foreskins. They really like it. They really rock with that, right? And so, yeah. Let me read those comments here. Okay, so I never got to do the voiceover yesterday because I was waiting on this thing with to wrap up the video that's up this morning. Today's Tuesday, December 16th. And then, I did the stuff that you've already seen this morning. And this Angel Studios, which Charlie Kirk was talking about, his good friends over there and that. They were running ads on TPUSK. A bunch of their videos came out and were recommended to me. And this thing with David. And I'm going to get into some of this bogus, like, Christian jewelry in a moment. But there was comments here. I think this is it here. And so, here it is. Hi there, neighbor. This guy's very, that sounds like that guy who lived next door to Homer Simpson, speaking of the Simpsons. Ed Flanders. I'm getting a comment from Ed Flanders. Hi there, neighbor. The New Testament means nothing without the Old Testament. They are the same God. And he is the way, the truth, and the life. Well, they're not the same God. When Jesus talked about God in the New Testament, and again, like Jesus' definition is still, there's a lot to be desired there. Not desired, it's just not accurate. You know, the relationship between man and God over the centuries, over the thousands of years, is all based in the people that are there. So there's going to be people who are just dumb fucks, right? Who are, incapable of abstract thought. Maybe nice people, maybe, salt of the earth, doing good service. Like there's going to be good people, bad people. There's going to be, on every level. But there are people who have the ability for abstract thought. And there are people who can understand God as an essence, like as the essence of love. And they can have an etheric connection to God that's beyond your physical body. There are people who are just locked into physical reality. They're very physical. And oftentimes they're nice, simple people that are just, they're good people, right? Almost like animalistic in a certain way. And then there's, a variation of that. The people who just don't have the ability for their higher level thought, higher level understanding of things. They're not philosophical. They don't have, these kind of, they don't have internal discussions. They're just not capable of certain things, right? There are a lot of people who don't have the ability for abstract thought. And so, I've said this before, people's ability to understand God is based in their ability for, higher level concepts, different levels of it's not about IQ. I'm not talking about IQ here. I'm talking about consciousness. There's people who have very high IQs, but they're robotic and they don't have the ability for a relationship with God. They're like, they're genius level IQs, 180 IQ, 160, 170, whatever it is, 200. I mean, the smarter you are, usually that means there's a deprivation in the person's ability to feel things. And so, they're disconnected from their guts and even more disconnected from their hearts. So they can't feel love. They can't feel compassion. Very analytical, great brains, very undeveloped hearts and not much of connection with their bodies and physical life, right? So they're more of a computer, right? People who would upload their minds to, some transpersonal situation, right? Putting their minds in an android or uploading their consciousness, or they're not their consciousness, their brain activity to a computer, like this transpersonal idea of living forever. As long as you can think, you're still alive. And that's not true, right? You have a soul, you have a spiritual life. I talked about my grandfather in a recent voiceover, and when I first saw him when he was dead, and I saw he was wearing lipstick, and I'm like, that's not my grandfather. Where is he? Like, his body's here, but he's no longer here, right? Where is his soul? Where is what I knew as my grandfather, right? Where is that? And so that was the soul, and, as a kid, I couldn't really totally understand what I was seeing or not seeing, but I understood what I knew as my grandfather was no longer, in his physical body. And so, there's people who just can't see those things, right? They don't have the ability to see those things. And so when you have people who have a remedial ability to understand these kind of concepts in terms of their ability to conceptualize things, you present God as a warrior or God as a king or both. God is powerful, God is wrathful, God is pissed off at you. And then you have a population of deviants who keep on like fucking doing bad shit and doing weird shit and, having, relations with their cousins and their sisters, and they're stealing from each other and killing each other and murdering. Then you have thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. And this is a wrathful God. If you don't worship me and stop worshiping your bullshit things, then you're going to be punished by me, right? That's the God of the Old Testament, because the people of that time were really bad, and so they were horrible people. So you had a God that was presented to them as like a demonic God who was petty, who was, insecure, who was jealous, all these things, and punishing God, because these people wouldn't stop. You see through the whole Old Testament and the whole, story of Moses. He's constantly saying, stop fucking building statues to Baal. Stop, doing these things. And then also the sacrifices. A God that needs you to sacrifice things and needs you to circumcise yourself and do genital mutilation. And you get all these weird, twisted things. And then people come in and say, hey, God just told me, I get to have relations with all the women, like like that guy in Waco, Texas, right? The David Koresh, right? I'm the only guy who has a relation. God just told me. Then you have people who start speaking for God and cutting themselves a good deal, and then that becomes some kind of religion, which was the Jewish religion at that time, the Old Testament, and then later folded into Christianity. And so it's not anything close to the way God is, based in the primitive levels of the people. There's always people there who have the ability for something better and can understand God at a higher level. And those people have a spiritual thread. And so within the organization, I don't know what the Kabbalah is or whatever, but in every religion, there is, in the Muslim tradition, they have these people called Sufis, right? They have people who can be spiritual, people who, aren't just like, a mob of dumb fucks, right? Who need, some a powerful God or a threatening God, or they need to be scared of God, God-fearing people. Because these people, if they're not fearing God, they're acting in a criminal fashion, right? They need, they need a fear of God just to keep them to behave, but they're not having a spiritual life. They don't have a relationship with a loving God. And so Jesus came in, and his stuff was like of a higher level. God is love. God, and not too many people could rock with him, right? Not too many people could rock with Jesus because he was, speaking about things that was beyond their capacity to understand. And so that's the whole Christian religion. It's that. It's not some big deal. It's not the fucking end all. The Bible is, it's got some good things in it, but it's mostly a remedial book. The Old Testament is worthless. And, what I'm saying should make sense to people who have the capacity to see beyond their own indoctrination. If you don't, just go somewhere else. Like, go where dumb fucks go, right? There should be a sign on my channel, no dumb fucks allowed. And if you don't understand that, you're probably a dumb fuck, right? Like, there's a great joke from there's a comedy set from this guy, Chris Porter. It's about 4 or 5 years old. I think it's available on YouTube. And he's talking about how these kids went to vacation in Iran, right? Or they ended up in Iran. They were in the mountains on the border of Iran or somewhere. They ended up in Iran, right? And, he's talking about them being fucktards. And he said, fucktards, every family has one. And if you don't know who it is, it's you, right? He was talking about his sister being the fucktard of the family. But, you have this. And, like, if you're a fucktard, then, yeah, you're not going to get it. That's fine. Go where fucktards go, right? This is not for you. There's plenty of places for fucktards. There's plenty of places for dumb fucks. It's just there. Dumbfuckistan is everywhere, right? And so there are certain places where there is a higher understanding of the connection between divinity within you and just understanding life in general. And it's a small segment of the population, which eventually, and that doesn't mean that small segment of the population is rocking it and having, it doesn't mean if you have higher level consciousness, you're doing a good job. And you can't compare yourself to dumb fucks and pat yourself on the back because it's almost like you're a different species, right? You have a higher level of understanding of these things. And so this is what this channel's about. And so it's not, I'm not disparaging Christians for people that's all you can do. If that's all you can do, then go do it. Like, go do it somewhere else. Like, that's, you've reached your maximum level. Good. Do it to the best of your ability. And people who have the ability to do more should do more. That's how it, should work. And so, that's what I'm referring to when I talk about this stuff. So let's get back to the comment. Hi there, neighbor. The New Testament means nothing but the Old Testament. There is the same God. He is the way, the truth, and the life. Through our modern lens, the Old Testament can certainly seem bad. If you don't know the people and the gods around that time and what they required of them, then it would seem evil. However, if you don't believe in any of it, why care, though, right? I don't understand that part at the end of it. But, the issue isn't whether the Bible was bad or like evil. It's just not the Word of God. Like, that's all you can say from that. Like, it's not the Word of God. It's weird shit in there, and it's weird shit because it's weird people. And it's what this person is agreeing with me without even understanding they're agreeing with me. It's tailored to people of that time. So it can't be the Word of God because it's not timeless. It isn't a higher level understanding. Like, this is what life's about. And like, there's some wonderful passages in religious texts and, channeled material that's timeless. When my wife and I were traveling, we were listening to this podcast of Shane Gillis and Louis C.K. and somebody else were there. I forget who the third person was. Louis C.K. was talking about most of this stuff, and he was giving like a history lesson. Shane Gillis majored in history at college or whatever it is, so they're both history buffs, right? And they're doing it in a funny way, and they're going through the presidents and and some of the scumbag stuff that existed back then. And they were joking about how Thomas Jefferson, who impregnated his slave girl and his third children, his 15-year-old slave girl, Sally Hemings, and they had like 3 kids, and 3 kids were all born into slavery. They were Thomas Jefferson's kids and slaves, right? It's a fucked up thing. And Thomas Jefferson's seen as this, transcendent person. And they were joking that, like, Thomas Jefferson kept on doing things to make it, like, illegal to have sex with your slaves, right? And they're joking, like, we got to get someone to stop us from fucking these slaves. Like, it's not really funny because it's, it's a form of rape. I mean, it's not a, whatever. But Thomas Jefferson was doing the thing that he was trying to get them to stop doing, right? And people are like, well, that during that time period, yeah, okay, great. It's still fucking, you can excuse any kind of behavior. But that's the stuff that I'm talking about here. It's not timeless if you have to apply it to the deviant tendencies of people of the past. Like, the book is there to combat the deviant tendencies. It's certainly not the word of God, because there are people, I was talking about how when I worked in a treatment center, there was this kid, and he was a fucked up kid. He was a sociopathic kid. And he had sexually abused his, like, he was like 16 or 14 or 15. He sexually abused like his 8-year-old stepsister so that he could break up the marriage between his dad and the woman he married because he didn't like the woman. Like a really calculated, fucked up person, like fucked up things. And this guy was a real sociopath. And we were having a conversation. He had individual therapy sessions. And we were having a conversation where he said, the only reason people don't murder is because they don't want to go to jail. And I'm like, there's people who don't do it because they don't feel good about it, right? They have a, they have moral internal, mechanism. He's like, fuck you. He didn't say that, but like, he was like, he was just not understanding or believing that to be true because he's a sociopath, right? Like, all he could understand was cause and effect. He couldn't understand morality. He couldn't understand these things, right? And so you have people like that. And when you're dealing with people like that and you're trying to, get them to believe in God, you might bend a few rules, or you might, have to talk down, go down and talk to your audience on their level, which, whatever it is, right? And so, or it could be just demon worship, which is more likely the case, that this was just about demonic worship and using this idea of God to control people, where you control the narrative of what God is, and you say God is going to punish you so that, you can take liberties with the people or whatever it is, right? So, that's all the Old Testament is. It's bad. It's a bad book. And it should be like, it should be forgotten. Like, it should be disappear. It has no value at all. It has a negative value. There's positive godly concepts in Christianity. Some of them of a higher nature, so, not a lower nature, but most of them are lower nature. But it's good for people who that's all they can do, if they can have the positive aspects, but not the Old Testament wrathful God that you're scared of in these things. Like, if you have to do things because you're scared of God, people will do things because they're scared, but it doesn't have any long-lasting effect that's positive. Like, you don't have a positive association with God if you're scared of God, right? What do you do when you're scared of something? You run away from it, right? That's the effect. You have people running away from God because they're worried about God is going to fucking strike them down, right? Like, so that's the effect of God-fearing people. It means, hey, run away from God or God's going to fucking get you. God becomes the boogeyman. Like, you have to run away from God because God's going to punish you because you're a piece of shit sinner. So there's fucking, it's just bad. It's the fucking negative effect. And the effect of those religions you can see everywhere, right? Anger, hostile, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? That kind of thing. Jesus said, more about forgiveness and these things, but still, it's all just remedial shit. It's angry, fucking warlike, selfish, narcissistic, materialistic shit, and God is scary and run away from God, and you're going to commit sin because you're born a sinner. And so that's the fucking message you're getting here. It's a bad message. And, the response I get from people is, well, this is the word of God because that's what I was told when I was a kid. Like, the same thing about the swearing, right? They were told over and over again not to swear, and it's a big thing. It's like embedded in them. And then when they come to my channel, they hear me swearing, and they get upset, right? It triggers something deep inside their indoctrination because, not that swearing's a good thing. I'm not ever saying that, right? Like, it's not, the worst thing, but it's not, it's not subtle. God is subtle, right? In terms of what I do here, I'm covering just demonic fucking gross shit, right? It's appropriate, but it's not, it's not of a higher nature. But it's not as bad as these people say because, they're not, their fucking religion sucks, and the demonic shit they're dealing with and the stuff that their religion's been responsible for, and then all of it, their whole worldview and the right wing and all the shit that's come from them, and this mindset is bad, right? It's horrible for people, and yet they're focused on swearing, right? Because that's indoctrination. Like, it's not that the swearing should be understood for what it is, right? Something that's gross. It's a little bit gross, but it's not, the kind of evil that we're talking about here, right? In the context of what I do here, it's something else. And so when I say these things about people's religion, and all they can come back with is, well, that's not what I was told my whole life, and you just don't get it. Well, I do get it. You're indoctrinated. And that's fine if you can't, if that's all you can do. I'm like, it's not up to me what you can do and what you can't do. But people who have the ability to understand, more than just binary concepts, they have the ability for abstract thought. They're not binary thinkers, black and white, left and right. Then this is, they can see it as being a true thing, right? And for those people, you have a responsibility to go up to a higher level because you can, right? You have the talent to do so. In the Sajmark system, the worst thing is to have what Babaji referred to as spiritual grossness. When he was cleaning people's hearts, the hardest grossness, the grossness that was most, these samskaras, these impressions that people have in their hearts from past lives and this life or whatever, the ones that were hardest to clean off was what he called spiritual grossness. And what he meant by that was power grossness, what he said. Not spiritual grossness, power grossness. And what power grossness is that you were given a gift by God and then you refused to use it. You had a talent and ability you were supposed to share, and for whatever reason you don't use it. And it's worse than murder, rape, all these types of things. Like it's because God gave you an assignment and you didn't fulfill your assignment, and it solidifies to something that's almost impossible to clean off, right? With all the bad shit that people do, all the addictions, that's the worst thing, having a gift from God and not utilizing your gift. And if you have the ability to go up to a higher level, but you get mired down in the muck with all the dumb fucks, then, there's a lot of higher developed souls that came here and they lost their way, they lost their purpose. And this happened to Jesus, it happened to all these saints, it happens to everybody to a certain extent. You get overwhelmed, you get depressed, because it sucks down here in terms of convincing people, helping people change and evolve into a spiritual beings. And so, that's why religions have gone the way they're gone. They start off as something, good, and then they fall short. All right, so that's that piece. And then there were these two comments that came in, two comments from the same person. If you actually think Charlie Kirkland is alive, then you're gatekeeping. What you think? What's your answer? And then the other one. Well, my answer is you're at the wrong place, bro. Charlie Kirkland event was a total hoax. Charlie is enjoying retirement. Now that's possible, but it isn't likely. And if you're a logical person, you'd understand that if you had all these people, whether it be Robin Williams or Chris Cornell or, Prince or Michael Jackson, you had all these people who are famous, assets, presidents, anybody, Jeffrey Epstein, and you pretended to kill them, and then you took them out and reassigned them. They'd be walking around And you never know if that person could be turned. They're a loose end, right? And they have no problem killing people. Like, why would you keep a loose end around? And then what is that person worth? What are they going to do now? What is their, you're going to put them on an island with all these other famous people somewhere, and they're all going to, what are you going to do with that person, right? Like, where does that person go? How can that person be an asset, right? Maybe if they came from a specific family or whatever it might be. But, in general, people buy into their roles. Charlie Kirk was bought into his role. You think he'd want to give up his role? He liked being successful. He liked being in front of people. What, is he going to do a desk job now? Like, what are you going to do with that guy? His retirement at 35, what do you think? He's just going to go live a hedonistic life? You have to have problems. You have to have purpose. You have to have a goal. You think he's just going to go on vacation for the rest of his life? And, he's kind of easily recognizable. He's a weird-looking fucking dude. And so it's a silly fucking idea to think that you have a slam dunk that he's still alive. Like, there's a lot of fucking illogic in that, right? It could be. It's a possibility. Like, we don't know. That's why I always say. But when you think you know, you're in the wrong fucking place. You're never going to fucking know. Like, you think you might know. Everybody comes here, no, this is what happened, bro. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Go somewhere where dumb fucks go. Go be where the dumb fucks are, right? It's not here. And answer the question, do you really think he's alive? I've answered the question. I don't know. Like, I don't know. You don't know either. Like, and that's the point of this thing. Like, I know what I need to know. I know it's all bullshit, right? I mean, everything, life in general. And I know that you guys clinging to this idea that you know something, it's because of some kind of, personal weakness and not living with the truth that you'll never know, because we live in a system of lies, and, it goes far beyond what we call the controllers. Anyways, all right, so there's that. Let's get to this. I have this stuff with this jewelry coming up here. Okay, so the latest, the Hero Company, every purchase supports a veteran's healing. PTSD steals the peace of mind, but service dogs help bring it back. You're helping bridge the gap between struggles and strength, and premium feel plus freemium plus powerful mission. So here it is. He has risen cross magnetic bracelet. I mean, it's not only it not only has this thing about Christ. Look at this. There's a congratulations towards 777 store credit. It's already waiting in your account. Just hit the send code to unlock it, to grab your discount and help veterans in need. And then they might give that guy a dog. But here it is. He has risen cross bracelet. It's also magnetic. It says risen on it with the cross. He has risen cross magnet titanium. It's fucking titanium. Bracelet helps pair veterans with dog service. It's only $29.97. It's usually $40, but plus I got a $7 credit, right? So I'm already, like, if I fucking use the credit, I mean, holy shit. And then some veteran will get a service dog if 900 more people buy this fucking bracelet. We might get one veteran a service dog. So, you can support these veterans who are going out and fighting wars for really rich people and bullshit fucking stuff here. Carry the promise. He has risen a magnetic bracelet. Look at it. Do I get a free tattoo? Does a tattoo come with it, right? Magnetic. It's fucking magnetic. If you got to pick something up with it, you got these 9-inch nails, and you get to support a veteran. These 9-inch nails of Christ put in his arm. Let's put those things out there, because that's fucking something good to think about. Risen from the tomb. It's a risen from the tomb magnetic bracelet. They put it in the tomb, and then they give it to you. 2 strands, 1 message. Jesus overcame sin and defeated death. The dark stone beads represent the sealed tomb. The risen cross sits at the center of the magnetic strand, pulling focus to the moment everything changed. 1 strand speaks of death. The other reminds it was never the end. It's about remembering what happened. It's about declaring who walked out. Kaboom. I mean, it's got, oh wait, there's more to it. Let's go back here. How do I go back? Fucking boom. I have to go this way? Here we go that way. Boom. This one. Here we go. The tomb is empty. The prophet spoke. Jesus Christ promised, and the grave proved it. What was written became real. What was foretold became fulfilled. The stone was rolled away, not just from the tomb, but from every burdened heart. What began at the cross was finished in the empty grave. You don't wear this to mourn. You wear it because he lives. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said. Matthew 2:28. There we go. You got a certificate here. Okay, so that's what's up, bros. You can have this thing, the He Risen cross. Again, you get if you just click on it, you get an immediate discount. Pay over time for orders over $35. If you want to get 10 of them, you can put them on layaway. You can get credit. You can get some He Has Risen cross veteran supported credit. Free shipping in time for Christmas on all U.S. orders over $75. So if you buy 3 of them, you might be able to get free shipping. So, Jesus, I mean, it's a fucking steal at half the price. Okay, I Heart Dogs. Again, these guys are really trying to compete with my helping veterans with my jewelry purchases. For those of you guys who want to purchase jewelry but also help veterans with a service dog, Faith, Freedom, and Strength in God Trust Bracelet is built to stand the test of time, just like the values it represents, crafted with serpent-like links. What do you mean serpent-like links? That's what I want in a biblical bracelet, is a serpent-like links. In a rugged matte silver finish, it's a bold statement of faith and patriotism. The cross and American flag on the front remind you. It's the cross and the American flag. And if you open up there, it's got the Israeli flag and a picture of Benjamin Netanyahu with the snake. Every bracelet helps pair a veteran with a service dog. It's crazy. They're just really working this thing here. I mean, it's the same thing. It's Hero. They've got a different one here, so they have this one, the snake. Look at that snake. Look at its snake scales. Fucking, this is just, look at it. In God We Trust with a cross. This one's not magnetic, though. That's bullshit. And so, you know, if you're looking to pair a veteran with a service dog and also purchase a bullshit fucking gaudy fake fucking Christian breast bracelet, then go on Facebook right now. Because they're coming in hard. $39. Where's my $7 discount? Amount funded for veterans to date, $1.7 million. They're selling the shit out of these things. Okay, here's another one.
You know, I've never been a big jewelry person.
You don't look like a big jewelry person.
Never worn a lot of jewelry, but
I love this. I love this jewelry. This is my favorite.
Love this flag cross necklace from Shields of Strength.
Boom, it's got a flag on the fucking cross itself. I mean, nothing says Jesus like an American flag. Nothing says the cross like an American fucking flag. Look, it's got stars and stripes. It looks like it's got a little bit of a Hebrew. Is that a Star of David in the middle? Looks like there might be a little Star of David right there in the fucking middle. Not sure.
On the reverse side, it's got Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Look at that,
a
man.
lifetime guarantee. It's never going to tarnish or change colors on you.
Exactly. It's made out of premium fucking aluminum.
You can check it out at shieldsofstrength.com.
Shields of Strength. Only $24. It's got Philippines on there. It's got some reason it's got connection to the Philippines. So I mean, but for, like, this is like, you know, they don't give any of their money to partner up a dog with some dude with PTSD, but still, I mean, it's got Philippines on it. It's got peons on it. Philippians. One of those motherfuckers got one of those things. I don't know how to say it, but it's there. I can do all things through Christ. Boom. Bring it. And the flag. Okay, this is the best one. The Brothers Cut. Embrace style, faith, and my faith steel cross bracelet. Hey, beautiful souls. How did he know I have a beautiful soul? It's like they're psychic. Hey, beautiful souls. Are you ready to elevate your style while embracing your faith? Introducing the My Faith Steel Cross Bracelet, a symbol of strength and spirituality that effortlessly merges fashion and belief. Why you'll love it. Captivating design, sleek, steel, and demands your attention. Meaningful symbolism, a beautiful blend of faith and fashion, durable elegance. Wear your spirituality with the strength and grace. Our community loves the My Faith bracelet, not just for its beauty, but for the bond it creates. Join the movement of individuals who celebrate style, spirituality, and strength together. Perfect for gifting or treating yourself with My Face bracelet is a gesture of love and connection. Spread positivity and share the joy of faith-inspired fashion. It's got some kind of rainbow down here. It's just not an accessory. It's a symbol of unity, strength, and shared appreciation for beautiful things in life. And there it is. Boom. Like, look at clips here. It's got that. It's got that thing here, that's the freaking paracord. I mean, it's just, look, it's just so strong. It's My Faith steel cross bracelet. I mean, boom. There it is. It's only $36. It was $69, so it's almost like half price. You can get silver, black, and gold. You can get the different inches there if you want. I mean, it's got all going on there. I mean, look at that thing. It's so stylish and it's so spiritual. It's so strong. It's fashion fusion. You look fashionable, but also it's totally practical because it just it's so big, it's so wide, and look, you can chat with somebody if you want. You got to write a message. Hi, message us with any question you happen to have. All right, I have some questions, but I'm a little bit too tired to frickin' type them in. Let's move on. Boom, they're really bringing this thing here. Okay. Holy Land gift shop. The beautiful Jerusalem pine stretch bracelet was handmade in classic minimal design. It looks pretty fucking minimal by our local artisans. It looks like something, so your kid would make it like summer camp, except for the Christian summer camp. The beads are handmade from pruned Jerusalem pine tree branches, also known as Aleppo tree, a thoughtful and unique gift for Christians. One size fits all, because of the elastic part. Free shipping with that way. It comes from Holy Land. I mean, come on, motherfuckers. Okay, so, look at this one just showed up on my Facebook feed. Hi, y'all. Hi, all, not y'all. Wear your faith, walk in grace. Hi, y'all. We're a small team of veterans dedicated to beautiful, faith-based and patriotic apparel. As a former soldier, I don't think the person, can you prove that you're a former soldier? Life in the military is undoubtedly difficult and challenging, filled with challenges. Exactly, it's undoubtedly difficult, challenging, and it's filled with challenges, and sometimes even uncertain when we'll return. Sometimes even uncertain when we'll return home. But none of us service members regret anything because of our freedom and the faith in our hearts. You don't regret anything, right? There's no regrets, right? From anybody who's ever been in war ever. So I created this heartfelt faith apparel. I hope to share my experience, spread God's love, and strengthen believers so that everyone like me can find hope in the faith amidst adversity and find relief from feeling lost and hopeless and alone, just as I once did. We believe that God is always by our side. Imagine a world where everyone feels God's love and encouragement. That's our mission. This autumn, let healing grow through action. Spread love and hope by wearing the religious apparel we've carefully prepared for you. We hope to sow seeds of something. Can't really see that emoji. In the hearts of others through the Bible verses featured on the apparel. Proudly display the faith that help us reach more people and spread wisdom. Fall in love with Jesus. He never leaves. A lot of hashtags. Boom. One nation under God. It's like really great because it's kind of almost like it's a sword, but also a cross, but also a nail. I mean, it's very patriotic and warrior-esque, but it's so respectful to Jesus at the same time. I mean, look at that fucking thing, right? Look at that fucking nail right here, that 9-inch nail with the other things and all that shit. Because who wouldn't want to be reminded of that wonderful day? And here's the place. Veterans Day, honor our nation. That guy's a crayon eater. I don't know where the thing that's there. They got a lot of shit here, and it's all faith-based, and all the rest of it. Here's the faith one. All right, there we go. Here's the cross. That's only $22.99, and it's still at half the price. And look at this, men's vintage casual American flag cross hoodie. There nothing says Jesus like wearing a cross hoodie with tattered American flag. I mean, it's patriotic and respectful for Jesus all at the same time. And so there's another one with a nail. I mean, they really like the nail theme. I mean, well, look at this. Was a lion. Redeemed. He's redeemed. Look at that lion, the star, and all that shit. I mean, it's all those things. Kaboom. All right. We got one with audio here.
So the 3 nails cross hat is not
It's 3 nails. Just to remember that Jesus had multiple nails, 3 of them, 1 in each arm or hand, and 1 through his feet. 9-inch nails.
only just a hat. It is a movement. It's
a movement.
Hat that will never.
It's not only a hat, it's a movement.
So the 3 nails cross hat is not only just a hat. It is a movement. It is a hat that will never get old. It will never go away.
It'll never get old. I mean, it'll get dirty and kind of disgusting after a while, and then maybe someday you realize how fucking disrespectful it is to remind Jesus of those nails that went through his hands.
Triclavianism is the belief that 3 nails were used to affix Jesus to the cross, 2 in the hand and 1 in the feet.
Exactly, 3 nails, because, we wouldn't want to forget any nails.
So these hats are custom embroidered. The one you're looking at right now is the Cryptic Typhoon hat, which is the most popular hat. It's got the USA flag.
It's the Cryptic Typhoon hat, because nothing says Jesus like Cryptic Tycoon.
Flag on the corner of the brim, the 3-nail cross embroidered on the front in silver. It's an adjustable hat. It's a unisex hat that fits both men and women.
Boom. There it is. It's a fucking movement right here. It's a fucking movement. Like a bowel movement. All right. Let's move on here. So there was a video where Jimmy Dore was talking to Candace Owens, and she was talking about how they don't have any credibility. These guys that were attacking her, whoever it was. Barry Weiss and these other people. And I'm like, well, you don't have any credibility because you backed this guy, both of you guys, right? And you didn't call bullshit on the official, the story about Trump's Ketchup Gate. You didn't have to call bullshit on it. You just had to say, this might not be true, right? I'd never say definitively. I mean, like I know the Ketchup Gate's fake, but I can't prove it to you. And it's not evidence. It's not evidence-based, right? There's some evidence I present. But it's not about evidence. It's never about evidence, right? This thing that I covered earlier with Charlie Kirk and the TPUS gay guys, they're talking about this stuff like it's in a vacuum. They're talking about this like this is one incident where they're blaming an individual shooter. But there has been hundreds of these things. Blaming terrorist organizations also is a part of that. But certainly, so-called terrorist organizations, but blaming individual people or individual group. They went from the enemy used to be Russian, and then it was Muslim, and then it was homegrown white nationalist terrorist, right? Like Timothy McVeigh and these people. Like they just go around and they have all these narratives out there, and the lone shooter is one of them. And so it isn't like these, because they're the ones who talk about the lone shooter like they go to some lone shooter school where they write manifestos and they have all these things that they do. Like they've created this narrative, and so it sounds familiar to you. Like, oh, yeah, that's something that happens. Like there must be a lone shooter because that's what you've been told your whole life. It must be the Russians. Oh, it must be Al-Qaeda. It's like you've been programmed. They've told you about these things. And then they drop something, then something happens, and they already have a framework for you to believe it's a lone shooter. These liberals, these angry liberals who are militarized, they're not the ones that own, the liberals aren't the ones who own guns, motherfuckers, right? But this guy, well, he grew up in a Republican family, but then he was turned, and he was radicalized by the left. It's a fucking stupid-ass narrative, right? Just, Tucker Carlson even says it's bullshit, right? So, this is what I'm talking about. And here, if you back this fucking guy, right? This is funny, but it's fucked. A very sad thing happened. This is Donald J. Trump on Truth Social. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, tortured. And look at the picture here. They're making Donald J. Trump and his angry face. So it's synonymous with the American flag. Like, he is America. If you criticize Trump, you're criticizing America, like that kind of thing. Which is total bullshit because he's a selfish piece of shit who doesn't care about America or you. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of Donald J. Trump, and was obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before, may Rob and Michelle rest in peace. Now, he doesn't write most of these things, or so maybe he does. I don't know what his connection to this thing is, but holy shit. Now, the official story seems to be true here because Rob Reiner's kid looks fucking crazy. And he knifed him, right? So he didn't use a gun. Like, a gun would have been good for the left. But the fact that he used a knife, it undermines the whole anti-Second Amendment, anti-gun shit that Rob Reiner and these people were pushing. And that his kid was mentally ill, that speaks for itself and the whole Hollywood. But if you look at his kid, and again, I hadn't even seen his kid talk, but if you look at him, you're like, yeah, that guy could kill somebody. So this is where you might believe the official story. And again, it's his kid. It's somebody that knew, that whole thing. Apparently he went to a party with at Conan O'Brien's house, and I don't know why he brought his kid, who's been in and out of treatment as a drug addict, and his kid was acting very inappropriately, had to be escorted out of the party, and everyone was freaked out, including mostly his parents, because they didn't know what was going to happen, and this is what happened. So, who's to say what happened here? But this is completely inappropriate. I mean, what he's writing here is so fucked. And this is a guy who's unraveling, and I mean, you can't write shit like this, and he's just fucking gone. He's gone. He's he's mentally deteriorating, and he's also, he's being corrupted by his own, power, and the fact that he's being destroyed right now, and the right wing and MAGA is eating itself. But you can't say shit like this, and nobody should ever endorse this guy. This is our president. MAGA, his Trump derangement syndrome had nothing to do with why he died. Like, he didn't, he didn't die of Trump derangement syndrome. And so, that's not true, and everybody kind of knows it. All right, so that's fucking Trump. Okay, so YouTube recommended this thing from Jimmy Dore. People had sent me things from Jimmy Dore, and he seems okay, whatever he does there. I like that guy, Kirk, his sidekick there, Kerp, from, if you're familiar with Kyle Dunnigan's bit where he plays Sylvester Stallone, and Kurt Metzger lives in his basement. They do another thing called Pussies. It's two very liberal dudes who are, they got some funny bits over there. And so Kurt Metzger is a part of that thing. And, so the problem was for me with these guys, I don't watch them, I don't care. It doesn't matter, is that they all didn't call bullshit on Trump's assassination, right? They didn't say, and they didn't have to call bullshit. They could have just said, it might be fake. It looks a little fake. But they couldn't do that because they were all pushing for his election. So they ignored something that they should have saw. And later on, somebody sent me a clip when he had guest hosts on his show who were using some of the stuff like Ketchup Gate. They were kind of basically, pilfering some of the terms and things that I had said 6 months ago, right? Which is, that is whatever it is. But this, in this video, he says that Erika Kirk flew to Tennessee. So where Erika Kirk has said she's too busy to answer these conspiracy theorists, and she has a company to run and a family to have, she has 2 kids, she's the one who flew to Nashville, according to this guy. And if that's what Candace Owens says tonight, that's completely fucked. That shows how desperate she is. They went from not wanting Candace Owens to appear on the live stream with them. But then they go to where Erika Kirk flies all the way there for a 4-hour meeting. So, you know, whatever. But they can't get their audience back because they all suck. No matter what they do, even if they change their tune, it's too late. Like people have made up their mind about her and TPUS gay afterwards. And I'm going to show you, Erika Franze being somebody who seemed to be attracted to gay dudes. I already covered this before. But so I was outside and my fish, I have this outdoor fish pond I've shown you guys before. And it froze solid, and it was warmer today, and I was putting some water into it. I have a whole system where I have to take the hose and make sure all the water's out of it so it doesn't freeze up in the hose. And I can put water into it during the winter. And I was doing that. I was listening to this. And he said something that sounded a lot like what I say, right? I'll play you that clip here.
Believed it. It was a disaster. Erika Kirk comes off unbelievably suspicious and unlikable on top of it. She's the worst person you would want out there trying to do this. She has no talent, and she's very repulsive. In the same way, I would say Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Hillary Clinton are. She's very repulsive, so they're losing.
I just said the other day, and I've said this throughout, these are things that I've said, and this isn't, anybody can see this with Erika Kirk. I'm not saying I own the idea that Erika Kirk is repulsive, but I did compare her to not Debbie Wasserman Schultz, but Hillary Clinton and Kamala. I said she's, their time bomb. Like the Democrats had Joe Biden's senility, his having dementia, and Kamala Harris's unlikability, and they had Erika Kirk being completely like them, like Hillary and Kamala and these other women that are just unlikable, and that just can't connect with not only everybody else, but not even their base. Like not even Charlie Kirk supporters connect with her, right? Anybody who can evaluate somebody. And so, this isn't the first time that there's these ideas that I put out there. And then, maybe there's parallel thinking, whatever. I don't want to get into that. But, it sounds very familiar. That's all I'm going to say. But anyways, this idea that Erika Kirk flew out to Tennessee is crazy. Like that's just, whatever was going on there, that doesn't seem like a scripted move. That seems like an act of desperation. This is like Titanic shit. And the boat's sinking, so you fly to Tennessee. But then this happened. One of my viewers sent this to me on Facebook. Do you know Erika Franze Kirk? Franze apparently used to date Cabot Phillips. What kind of name is Cabot? Editor of the Daily Wire in 2017, just a year before she met Charlie. The posts are now scrubbed, but the replies to them are still there on Erika Kirk's old, now locked out Twitter profile. Erika here says, here's the thing. So, steadfast in truth and faith, because we had, and then here, we don't want the music. So, heard on my morning podcast, Jesus Follower, Husband and Father. What? She said, I don't see what this is significant, but there's some tweet here. How cute you all are. Responding to the couple. Gorgeous couple. A beautiful photo. And here's the photo here. Erika Kirk in a couple photo shoot with Tyler Massey in March 2015. Well within the 5 years she's claiming she never dated. So, she likes the leather pants. So, and again, I don't know. I'm not verifying this and whatever. But the reason that I decided to cover it is this. Erika Kirk out lying again, this time in an interview saying she didn't date for 5 years here. And getting drinks was a replacement for coffee and breakfast, and I don't drink any other things, what she says, right? So here, she says this.
What I'll say is, when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years.
New York.
I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. Somehow getting drinks was the replacement of having coffee and breakfast. I personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than go. I don't drink. I find it unproductive, not because I'm holier than whatever. don't operate that way. But I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another. So it goes twofold here.
It's twofold.
So if you're expecting to marry someone that I was blessed with, like a Charlie.
Like a Charlie. Everyone needs a Charlie.
You have to be the type of woman that will attract a Charlie. Are you going to church? Are you going to Bible study? Did you tell your pastor that you are ready for the Lord to bring into your life the man that you've been praying for?
Okay. Oh, and did you go on a reality TV show and try to date a gay dude, right? So let's go to that here. Okay, so this is Erika Franze. She's about to tell this gay dude, and the reason I say is a gay dude, there's two clips of this. So there's this guy, I forget his name. It's this is called The Shore, the Beach, or some fucking thing like that. It happened. It takes place in Northampton. Not Northampton. It takes place in the Hamptons, in New York, next to New York City, right? So she lived in New York City for 5 years. That's where she first dated Charlie, right? And she tried to get on this reality TV show. And there was a gay dude. And the reason I say he's gay is because at the end of this thing, and I've shown all these clips in various videos. All these are in the playlist. And one of my earlier videos talks about her. It's like one of the first videos on the playlist. It says something about her wanting to be on reality TV. And it's a dating show. It's very raunchy, very gross. You know, like it's like, you know, if The Bachelor is PG-13, this is X, right? It should be like X, right? You know, R, you know, mature or something like that, right? It's very, you know, like it's lowbrow, but it happens in the Hamptons, which is a very rich area. You know, the Hamptons are a place where very rich people have these beach houses. You know, Don Lemons had one there with his buddy, his pal, and Alec Baldwin has one with his pal. And then, you know, really rich people. And this is where Charlie Kirk went to the Hamptons to have this meeting where they tried to browbeat him into supporting Israel, right? So, like, this contradicts what she's saying. She's got a drink in front of her, and this gay dude is there, and she says that he's a bright light, first of all. At the end of the episode, there's 4 women, and he's 4 friends, this guy, and he's saying to them that he can't get aroused by women. He's kissing them, and, you know, he goes on dates, but he can't get aroused. He's obviously gay. And so Erika Kirk's got a type, right? She has all these gay dudes, these twinks working around her at TPUS Gay. She got introduced by Charlie Kirk by Tyler Boyer. This guy, whatever his name is, Marty or whatever, that guy Milo. He said that all these right-wing Republican guys are gay, right? A lot of these guys are twinks. And so here she is flirting with this guy.
I think you're a bright light in a very dark place.
So let's go grab a mojito.
So this guy says he is, you know, Christian, and he goes to church online. He doesn't go to church in person. It's hard for him to find a good Christian woman, but he's hiding behind Christianity because he's gay. You know, he's obviously gay. And she says he's a bright light in a dark place. She has a drink in front of her, and then he wants to go get another drink where he's going to ask her for her number. And so this is about her dating. She's willing to date to get on this reality TV show. Why the fuck would you want to be on that? She's with her friend there who's, you know, she was Miss Arizona. Her friend is like Miss New York or Miss Kentucky or some shit. And she's going to go get a mojito with this guy. See, this is classic Erika Franze. She's really good at smiling and being happy and fake laughing and all these things. That's how she behaves. Very flirtatious, very touchy-feely. This is her. She's not good at grieving, right? Like, she can act attracted to some guy or these things and, you know, whatever she's got to do, but she's not good at grieving.
We'll go grab a drink.
This is her love interest, Jordan, and he looks very gay, even just his expression. And then, of course, he says he doesn't get aroused by women and all these things. That's all going to come later. I'm not going to show you that, but that happens. And so here she is getting a drink, going out to a bar, being with a gay dude, saying he's a very bright light, even though she just met him, and he says he kind of goes to church. He goes to church online. And then he gets her phone number here.
It's like genuinely refreshing to have a conversation with somebody that like has the same beliefs. You coming in here just like owning it. Like, I'm really attracted to it. Can I get your number? Or like,
yeah.
So there she is with her clunky jewelry, which he later says, you know, in one of these things, is there to protect her. So all the things she said isn't true. So this was in New York City where she's going out getting drinks, trying to be on a reality TV show. Again, if you're a Christian, New York City isn't the mecca for any kind of spirituality. Like, you don't go to New York City to be with God, right? It's like a fucking overcrowded, very hostile, difficult place, right? I mean, it's not like a fucking holy place. It's not where people go on a pilgrimage. She went there because she was a model and actress. She was in music videos. She wanted to be famous. She was, that's why you go and be a beauty queen. Maybe she's, MK Ultra. She's some kind of a asset. But she meets this guy, barely knows him. Guy says he's whatever he is. Clearly gayish. She seems to have a type, right? These gay dudes, she likes them. Crispy guys who say they're Christian, but they're really gay. And she immediately gives her a number. And then he later confesses to his friends that she checks all his boxes, except the main one is that she doesn't have a penis. Or does she? Right? And so, this is all her being a fraud, right? Okay, I didn't see it in the tweet, but they actually mentioned in that tweet that she was in this bar. She was in that bar with that guy a couple weeks before she met Charlie. So that's fucked, right? I thought it might have been earlier, but I don't know when the episode was. But it was in this 5-year period. And so she was out doing drinks with gay dudes. But here's this guy, whatever his name is, Cabot Phillips.
Michael, when you talk about how strong he was, maybe this is not of interest to people, but it's one of the things I'm going to remember about him.
Now, again, not as gay as Jordan, but certainly seems like another gay dude, right? And now he's talking about how physically...
He was also very physically strong. We used to play basketball together,
and he would rub up against me, and fuck. So here she is dating all these gay dudes, right? The one who's seems to be the least gay was Charlie Kirk, and possibly, not as a parent you wouldn't think about it right off the bat when you heard him talk, but Milo said that he was gay, Milo, whatever, if you believe him or not. But certainly all those people around him and around her, seems like she really likes gay dudes around her, right?
And I remember I met Charlie back in 2015, and this was right when Turning Point was getting off the ground.
And I was not banging his future wife, but we were dating. So Jesus Christ, what the hell's going on here, right? And this picture, they look kind of like this is kind of a gay picture. Maybe this is what guys do nowadays. Like, who's taking this photo and how staged is this and the rest of it, right? But anyways, all right. So all of those things. All right. So I'm going to stop here. I'm going to do the sitting and then, Tuesday sitting and then, whatever it is. When Candace Owens comes back on tonight, I'll cover some of that here. Maybe it'll be a 2-parter. This video is already 2 hours long. But, the whole thing's fucked. Like, it's just so fucked. And, all these people who are players in this thing, like I was saying about Jimmy Dore and all these people, if you push for Trump to get elected and you ignored all the warning signs that were there, then you're not credible. And you're not, whatever you are, a shill or not shill, you just went along with the crowd, whatever your bullshit is. You got to, there has to be some moment of transformation where you realized you made a mistake and it was kind of a costly mistake, right? Not that any of these things matter, but your credibility matters as a person. You can just say I think Trump's I think this thing's fake, or it might be fake, the ketchup gate thing, but all of it, right? It's just not, he wasn't going to make America great again. It's just, okay, we'll throw a Hail Mary because we still believe politics will work and any of these things. And then come around, and say, all right, now Yeah, you should have known, why didn't you know? Why didn't you, like Candace Owens the same way. And then, they're all validating each other. These people who are now talking about Israel and now talking about these things. You guys are behind the curve. People have been doing this for years and we're way out ahead of you because, like you were voting for Trump like 6 months ago, right? You were telling everyone to vote for Trump 6 months ago. Anyways, all right, so we'll see what Candace Owens says, and I'll add to that in a bit. Okay, so it's just sent another thing here. I was just clicking out. I found this guy's Cabot, whatever his name is, Cabot something. And it was an old video. There were 2 videos that were up that I clicked on because I wanted to show everyone. I figured he would be kind of act a little bit gay, right? Because that's the MO here. And this was like when he was much younger and very gayish. Very effeminate one way or another. There it is. Erika Franze Kirk was dating Cabot Phillips just before she met Charlie Kirk, despite claiming being single. Wayback Machine shows that Cabot and Erika scrubbed their Twitter profiles of the evidence. It appears Charlie Kirk did not know because of the scrub. Cabot appears to have been a Trump critic despite being a Republican and an Obama fan, and was close ties to Israel. He's currently scheduled to be doing a college tour for TPUS Gay in place of Charlie. This is making my stomach turn. Okay, so here it is. Here, again with the stupid music. There they are, the couple, together. And here. Stop with this music. There they are again. And there they are here, Charlie here. They're playing basketball together. Remember, he said Charlie was so strong. He was so strong. And Brigham Young, so is he connected to Utah? Yes, I beat Cabot 1-on-1. Not sick of winning. Really, you're bragging about that, bro? You're bragging about beating him 1-on-1. Okay, there he is, coming out of something in Israel. Or somewhere. He's crawling out of some little... he has risen. Stopped by Jesus' tomb. Spoiler alert, it's empty. Well, there's kind of a twink in there. I don't know. I see that there's a twink in there. All right, so this is completely fucked. Again, unless more stuff is sent to me, I'll just, I plan on just writing this thing out until I go do this whatever with the, the sitting thing, and then come back later when Candace Owens, which I'm beginning to really kind of not really be looking, the opposite of looking forward to it. Not dread, but just, kind of a hassle thing I gotta, sit through. But we'll see. Anyways, more to come. Okay, one more thing here, you guys. This was recommended by YouTube.
I've been telling you, as this, I don't know if you want to call it a feud or what, between Candace Owens and Erika Kirk has been heating up, that I would have something to say on it in the coming days. And
look at this dude. Bro, what do you gotta do? It says, Megyn Kelly reveals the behind-the-scenes role in Erika Kirk and Candace Owens.
And I do. It's been going on now for...
No BS, no agenda, no fear. I've always felt like she's very fearful in the way that she speaks. Like there's fear in her voice, like somebody who's very scared. Like this, when you get tight, if you're feeling tight or nervous, your voice goes a certain way, and her voice is like that all the fucking time, right?
A while where Candace, I had that exchange with Ben Shapiro out on the tour where he said she'd accused Erika of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I was taken aback. I had not heard that. And then in the interim, between that day and the next, I had my staff go research exactly what she had said. And then somebody just happened to ask me a question about it. Truly was not, that was totally organic. That was not a plant by me.
Okay, so, first of all, let me address this. This is what I was talking about with the other guy. I don't want to be like, oh, my channel and I'm so much better than these people. But, the connection to divinity and not being an evidence-based channel. Like I don't care about evidence. Like I show you guys evidence for your sake and because it's kind of fun. But I don't try to convince myself or other people through evidentiary, factual-based, this is how I caught you guys, this kind of thing, right? I do it as a mockery. I do it to mock. But my decisions are 100% organically spiritual and intuitional in how I feel about something. So when I saw Erika Kirk and, this is the day after. And, I have a freedom being a small channel, too, where there's just nobody gives a shit what I say. So, but I was like, yeah, she's fake as fuck, right? Because it was obvious that she was. And many of us saw it, but people didn't want to say that, and they were going to wait till a certain time and wait till the grieving period's over, or some of them were friends with her or friends with child, whatever bullshit thing that they did. Same thing with Trump. When I saw the Trump fake assassination attempt, I was like, oh, this is WWE style attempt, without even knowing any of the things that I later found out. Any evidence that I found out about it came later. I just said my initial take, right? It's fake. It's fake as fuck, right? And, when you do that sort of thing, when you do it, the way I do it, where there's some, intuitional connection to divinity, and I don't care about anything. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care about the right or the left. And, the rest of these things. It's much easier to be right because you're not basing it on any kind of, evidence that doesn't exist. Going back to that clown, that second guy on TPUSK today, the guy who was saying that, all the evidence points to this guy, Tyler Robinson. Of course, they're not investigating anybody else, douchebag, right? They're not investigating anybody else. Of course it points to him. They're not, they don't have any other suspects. They're not looking into it. All the evidence that really is out there about, who has motivation, the people who benefited from Charlie Kirk being dead, like his wife, who has a $200 million company. But do you think Erika Kirk has the brains and the ability to pull off an assassination plan? No, of course not, right? Do you think she's maybe, that kind of person that she would cold-bloodedly kill Charlie and take over on her own? Of course not. But, she's either compromised and she's just a shill, a complete puppet for these, an asset for these people, which is, partially, or, she's partially an asset. And she was given her orders, this is what we're doing. This is part of the plan. This is your role in it. And this is what you'll get for it. And this is what's happening, right? That's probably the most likely scenario, right? That this is something that she's a part of because she's always been a part of it. Like, she was never organically married to Charlie. She was always a honeypot or whatever it was. Or maybe they're both, like maybe he was gay and it was just a bearded man. Who knows what the fuck's going on here, right? With any of that stuff. But we do know she is fake and the official story is not believable. And so to say that, no one was saying Erika Kirk orchestrated this thing. They were saying that there had to be some Judases there. I mean, that's what Candace Owens was saying, and, the rest of us were saying. That, it would be unlikely that they could pull this off without some people or all of Turning Point being on board with it, right?
At all, but somebody asked me about it the very next night, and I actually told them, because I'd been planning on saying something on the show since Ben had made the accusation, and if it was not true, I did not want to be having something that heavy hanging out there. Someone asked about it, and I said, that's actually not true. And at that time, it was not true. Candace had not accused Erika of orchestrating Charlie's murder. And I've gotten a lot of grief for saying that, but I was correct. We are relentlessly factual here on this program.
We're relentlessly factual. That's the point. They're not relentlessly factual, but, they're not, I mean, you give your opinion, so you're not relentlessly factual. You say things that you can't prove. You say things that are based in your opinion, right? And so if you are relentlessly factual, then you're always going to side with the mainstream narrative because that's where all the so-called facts exist. And they're the people who get to say what's fact and what's not. So that's why you're a shill. But what she said there is she caught a lot of heat for saying that Candace Owens didn't say what Ben Shapiro said. Well, who would you get heat from? Your Israeli donors, the people who control you, your pro-Zionist people, or people who are very Erika Kirk right-wing, dumb fucks? Is that your audience? So you can see the difference between what the people that control her and the audience she has, as opposed to someone like Tucker Carlson, who it's much better for him to side with Candace, right? Like the people, the majority of people are with Tucker and Candace in this space, this right wing. We're kind of, questioning our relationship with Israel, and these things, these types of attitudes, but we're still, leaning right. We're still Christian, all these things. But you know, like she's here.
And she had not done that at the time. As I pointed out at the time, she had impugned Turning Point. And I realize Erika is CEO, but she wasn't until after Charlie died. So, you know, saying the guys at Turning Point had done something prior to Charlie's death is not the same as saying Erika Kirk. Okay. I'm sorry. It may seem to you like a distinction without a difference, but we really do care about facts, being precise here on the program. We don't.
And she never said Turning Point was the ones behind it. She's like all over the place. Egyptian Plains, you know, pro-Israel. I mean, all these people. She said there's some people who betrayed him over there. And that's different. Like, did Judas kill Jesus? No. You know, she's accusing them of being a Judas, not a Pontius Pilate, right?
Get it right, but that's a big one to get wrong. Well, since then, Candace has been more focused on Erika Kirk. And I think that's because Erika Kirk went on a media tour and started clearly speaking out about Candace. And so, you know, it turned into a rather explosive situation last week where Erika went on with Harris Faulkner on Fox News. And
okay, so we saw some of this stuff.
She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies.
Again, how do you know everything she's saying is lies? Like, have you proven that they're lies? Are you fact-checking everything she said? Not just the ridiculous ones, right?
What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop.
Okay, so then she gets into how Candace didn't stop because Candace said it was about lies, this kind of thing. And so, like, you know, let's move forward.
Erika didn't say anything about this. She hasn't really been commenting on podcasts and so on. But she did, as you saw. And that
let's move up.
Many people believe there's more to this story, that we're being lied to by our FBI, that there are too many inconsistencies around the official story. And those people are more than entitled to that belief. I don't share it. That's fine. This is America. You can feel differently about these things. But with things ratcheting up between Erika and Candace last week, many people had been asking me, why aren't you saying anything? Obviously, I love Erika Kirk. I do.
This is the part I was like, you love Erika Kirk? Nobody loves Erika Kirk. Nobody fucking loves her. She's not a real person. She's a concoction, right? You can't love somebody like that. Like, you have to, like, be able to see a real person. You know, when you're with people, you're married to somebody and you're in relationships, you see layers of people, right? Like, you know, what does a person get like when they're angry, right? You know, when people get angry, what kind of person are they? How do they handle anger? You know, what kind of energy? How they are when they don't get their way? How are they when they're having a bad day? How are they when they're tired? You know, when all the layers come down, like if there's something, a big event like a death or something, you see more of a, you know, into their, you know, everyone has like, you know, their personality things that are, you know, their creations for their whatever. You know, you have your job persona, you have the way you act at work, you have, you know, all these different layers of your personality. And Erika Kirk doesn't demonstrate anything but this fake fucking thing. She has her smiley thing, her flirtatious, happy, smiley person. And like that's, you know, when touchy-feely and all that stuff. She has her fake I'm a religious guru person that doesn't fucking land. She can't grieve worth shit. And now she's got her CEO and her mama bear and her intense, fierce thing, which is more realistic. Like, really what she has is a fierce side where she's bitchy. She's bitchy and she's happy. Like, those are her two real things that we've seen from her. But none of it's like, you know, where you could say just silly. Just like Tucker Carlson was saying he loved Erika Kirk, Candace Owens, and that twink guy, whatever his name is, Mr. Twinks. So, like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't love them.
I love her.
I love her. You know, we were loving each other so much when she came on my show afterwards.
Feel, as I said on the tour, protective of her because she's in an extremely vulnerable state right now. Yes, she's taken on the CEO position of Turning Point, and you know, it's a fair question to ask whether that's a job she can do right now while she's at the height of her grieving. I take no position on that. I think she's doing fine. But I also think it's fair.
What do you mean? She's lost all her fucking audience. You can't say she's doing fine. It's objectively she's doing as bad as you could. They've lost all of her audience. Her audience is turned on her. She's getting ratioed all over the fucking place. Everywhere she goes, people are either turning off the comments or she's getting slammed. She has no audience. They get 5,000 views of those videos at Turning Point. And she's unlikable. She's just, I mean, who likes her? Like, realistically, if someone said they liked her, how could they describe what they like about her? Like, do they say, oh, she's so good at grieving? Well, then you're fucked in the head, right? She's obviously faking it, that weird grieving shit she's doing. It's cringy. It makes you feel cringy, like it's uncomfortable. So what you're talking about, she's doing a horrible job.
You can ask that. So I don't like to see her get attacked at all. And I wish that would stop. And to be honest, I wish Candace wouldn't be pursuing the Turning Point narrative at all. Never mind Erika. Though again, she hasn't graduated to blaming Erika for Charlie's murder. She's criticizing her and the media tour. And that is fair game. That piece of it is fair game. So in any event, Candace knows I disagree with her on this. Petty internet people want to turn that into a cat fight between Candace and yours truly.
Who's yours truly? That's a weird thing. Yours truly
will fail. She and I actually have only gotten closer over the past couple of months as people try to make me attack her. So fuck off, okay?
Fuck off, you fuckers. Fuck off, you fuckers.
I have no obligation to you to hate the people you hate or try to bring down the people you want brought down. I'm sorry, but if that's what you want from me, you do need to move on. It's not going to happen. And I've learned a lot behind the scenes from Candace about some of the things she's been put through from people I used to respect. I also, though, adore and love Erika, and
both things. I love all. Like maybe we could get together, have like some kind of weird three-way.
I want this to stop. I do, of course. None of this is a mystery to Erika or to Candace. And a couple of weeks ago, Erika called me, and it's relevant to the meeting they just had. Okay, so I'm going to get into this. Those two had a sit-down meeting yesterday for 4.5 hours.
Kaboom.
Erika and Candace, alone. Well, I think they had two other people with them, but those were the two principals. And they met face-to-face in Nashville.
So she did fly to fucking Nashville. So, like, if she's doing such a great job as CEO, so what they was for months, she could have said to Candace, stop right away, before the Egyptian planes, before all that shit. She didn't say anything, right? And she was doing whatever fuck she was doing. And so, again, this idea that this is all fucking real. She could have done that for months. Okay, she didn't do that. And then she waited, and then things got really shitty, and Turning Point is fucking tanking. And so Blake Neth comes out and says, we're gonna confront all these facts. We're gonna confront all these fucking accusations, all these so-called conspiracy theories. And the ones they confronted, at least in terms of what they posted on YouTube, as of this moment, are the accessibility of the roof. Of course, there's roof accessibility, but when there's police there and other people, that's something different, right? Like he had to sneak by actually, 1,000 people that were there, whatever it might be, with a rifle. So, whatever, right? Like, but that is, not really a big deal. And the other guy saying all the evidence points to Tyler Robinson, which is silly because, again, they're not investigating anybody else, and they're not releasing any evidence that, the only evidence is things that people are finding on the internet, right? Which is, a lot different when you have access to the crime scene. And so, all of that is just like absolutely silly. And so that was what they ended up debunking, even though they broke the truths that Erika herself tweeted about. She went to meet with her, but before that, they invited Candace. They said, the ball's in your court. So Candace said, sure, I'll come. And we'll do it. And they said, well, it has to be this date, and you got 24 hours to reply, which was silly. And then she said, okay, I can't do that because my husband's got a thing, and I got 4 kids. Can you make it, we appear via the internet? And they said, no, you have to be here in person, and then they just did the thing with two people who were there via the internet. And so all of that looks shady, but it doesn't matter because no one's watching them. They've already lost their audience, so they can't go sink any fucking lower. So then Erika Kirk goes on this tour hoping that she'll get some love and support, and it fucking backfires, epically, so bad that she has to go to fly out and meet fucking Candace instead of Candace coming down and bowing before her at her throne in Arizona. She's got to go to fucking Nashville and bow down before Candace and plead for whatever fucking relief she can get from Candace fucking beating the shit out of her every day. I mean, it's like pathetic. Like, have some fucking, your nuts have completely shrunk.
Yesterday, no recording devices, nothing, just the two of them.
Yeah, I bet Candace recorded the shit out of it. I bet Candace has got recordings of this thing.
Again, each had a supporter. Someone from their own respective teams. I'll let them disclose the specifics of that. But they made a lot of progress, according to them. And this is what they tweeted out yesterday.
Okay, we saw a tweet. So where do you get...
The reason is that I have been working behind the scenes to try to foster a détente between them. Erika called me weeks ago and asked me if I would be part of this sit down with them, which originally they had contemplated might be for consumption by the public, might air in some way, shape, or form, and asked if I would facilitate that meeting between the two of them. And I said yes immediately. Of course I would. I reached out to Candace. She said, absolutely. I'm thrilled it's you. I'm in. And the two of them took it from there, trying to negotiate the specifics of what they'd both be comfortable with, where, when, etc.
Okay, so that's fucking really retarded, because within that 2-week period, they decided to tweet out or twink out with that guy, that guy who's the Mr. Twinks. He decided to go on and say, they decided to roll him out and say, yeah, we're going to debunk all this shit. If Candace wants to be a part of it, she can. And they're secretly negotiating behind the scenes for 2 weeks. Fuck you talking about? It makes no sense. It makes them both look fucking disingenuous. Like, that's, like, what's really, like, this doesn't add up, right? Like, why would they be doing that? So they're both saying fuck you to their respective audiences and manipulating and playing them, and they're really behind the scenes already in negotiation for a private meeting or maybe even a public meeting.
Eventually, it changed after they hit some roadblocks. Again, that's for someone else to tell you about if they so choose. Not having anything to do with yours truly, but hit some roadblocks.
What about you, Shirley?
Blocks in scheduling and the specifics that led them to just say, let's do this privately, not on camera, not in a live stream, just us. And I thought that was a great idea, and I fully support it, and I have been in touch with both of them repeatedly. Okay, so that's what I've been doing.
Good, just tell, you're such a fucking kumbaya motherfucker, right? You're one kumbaya motherfucker.
And I understand my core audience knows who I am and would never have assumed the worst about
I mean, does that mean they know that you have a penis? I don't know that, but our core audience does.
Me, that I was just abandoning Erika or getting ready to pounce on Candace and, insert myself into this on one side. I'm not getting ready to do that, and I don't want that. I don't think that's God's role for me here. Okay,
so, if you were a truth teller, you would be on Erika's side, and you would go out and slam Candace for, this is like fucking, there's no friendships in this bullshit. There's no, this person's been so good to me, and so I'm not going to call bullshit on them, and, I'm for Trump, so I'm not going to call bullshit on his, his fake assassination attempt. And, if this was, let's say the Charlie Kirk story was exactly the same way, but there was a liberal version of Charlie Kirk, somebody, whoever that would be. And this happened, and the shooter was a right-wing MAGA Trump supporter. You would be calling, all of you motherfuckers would be calling bullshit on this thing if it's exactly the same. Instead of being in love with with a gay furry. He was in love with a country singer like Cash Patel, something like that. Like just the equivalent, opposite version of this. But the story was the same. All the facts, the so-called facts, the rooftop, the this, the that, you all would be calling bullshit. Just like if the Trump assassination had happened with Biden, you'd all be calling bullshit. Which is why you guys all suck. Because, you're all so partisan and you're also willing to lie to your audience and warp the truth depending on how subjective, the subjective story is. And how all the other people like you cover something. And you look around, you steal from each other, and you steal from people with lesser channels and things. And you take their good stuff or their lie, like this kind of stuff. Like they're always like, they're just absolutely fucking cannibals, right? They're cannibalizing the quality content, and all the energy goes into their bullshit mega channels because that's who YouTube wants you to see. And these are the kind of channels you get recommended. But all the people who are doing the work out there and then actually looking for the truth get minimized. And so, all right, enough of her. I really just wanted, Candace Owens thing is going to come out anytime now. And I can, I'm just going to do a little bit of her thing because, it's going to be later. This video is already long, then I'll do more the next day. But this is already a fucked up story. It's just the plot twist is not a positive one, right? The plot twist is this is like, all right, so, you're going in an unfavorable direction. Does that mean we're not going to hear any more about red plane, blue plane, red fish, white fish, blue fish, yellow fish, fucking one fish, two fish, all that stuff? Like, what is Candace not going to cover now? There are some videos out about how she's somebody posted a video on Twitter. I don't know if I still have it up, but it was it was about like how she thinks that she's talking about Israel being so great and all these other things. Like after her meeting with Erika, she's totally reversed all her position because they gave her some shekels. They're implying that Candace got sheckled up. We'll see. But anyways, we'll say goodbye to this dude. Okay, so I want to show you two things here.
Jew hate was brain rot. He would always say it.
Charlie would always say Jew hate was brain rot, right? Which is not what's going on here, right? Because the majority of people who are now against Zionism and against giving money to Israel to do a genocide don't hate all Jewish people, right? There's some people are more vocal who hate Jews. People who hate Jews are more vocal and have more of a platform now and are allowed to say things they weren't allowed to say before. But the majority of the people who are upset, these college kids, they're not, they don't hate Jews. They're upset about various aspects of what's going on, right? Like things that, actions. They're upset by ideas, actions, and things. And this parasitic relationship between America and Israel, right? And many of them, it has nothing to do with Jews at all. It has to do with Israel, right? So like they characterize things like that. But it was the term brain rot. She does this with her lips quite a bit. This is her big thing right here. And then she's crying. Remember, she had to cry because this guy, she couldn't really answer his question. This was a disastrous interview. There's something else I missed here.
A 22-year-old man named Tyler Robinson has been arrested and charged with the murder of your husband. And yet there are a huge number of conspiracy theories, you might call them brain rot.
There's a huge amount of conspiracy theories that you might call them brain rot, right? Like, these aren't conspiracy theories. These are opinions, right? Like, there are people now verbalize their opinions on the internet, and many of those opinions don't align up with the official story. You can call some of them conspiratorial, but they're just people saying, this is what I think happened. And oftentimes, they're just full of shit. But, everyone has a platform, and some people pop on a platform. Some are put out there as disinformation agents. But there is like a whole bunch of wrong thinking going on the internet, right? There's a whole bunch of bullshit. This is the home of professional bullshitting. And, this is my job. I'm a professional bullshitter, right? People just, bullshitting. And, that's always gone on. Now there's just an internet that captures it. People have always had their opinions about, like Cliff Clavin and the show Cheers. People have their opinions and their so-called facts and whatever. Know-it-alls, whatever.
are spreading right now online about the actual story behind the reality. One, people say that Tyler Robinson was actually a MAGA Republican. Or two,
look at that's so crazy. Fuck. You know, he that's a liberal thing, right? And they're talking about Jimmy Kimmel's, and he didn't really say that. That's just like, this is stupid, right?
some people say you were actually a Mossad agent sitting in front of me, and you were Charlie's handler, and Israel killed Charlie.
Oh, that's a crazy one. Like, why just those, right? If you're going to list them, why not list all the things? And why don't you have the people who think this way ask those questions? Why don't you invite not just like, handpicked stooges and sheeple on here, but why don't you bring in people who are, who can articulate these points of view in a more sophisticated way? Why didn't you bring on Candace Owens? Why didn't you bring Candace Owens on here? She's gonna limp out to fucking Tennessee and fucking beg Candace Owens to leave her alone, right? Like, why not bring her on here and have her verbalize these things? You're gonna bring her up.
Right. Other people say that a number of men in the crowd were wearing maroon T-shirts, and this signifies that his killing was an elite airborne operation, whatever that means. They say that the rings on your fingers.
Okay, so that's not what Candace Owens said. She said that these people she was told they were military. These were all military guys.
Which are
my kids'
your kids' initials,
my wedding band, the Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
But apparently they symbolize something.
Okay, the one with the G on them, for somebody who wants to keep their names private, what fucking moron wears their kids' initials on their hands?
They say that the rings on your fingers, which are
my kids' initials.
This one with the G, there's the idea that this has, there's a G in these Freemasonic things, but that may or may not be true. But look at this fucking, she's starting to glitch out here. She's going all fucking, look at that shit. She's going fucking full glitchy here. This, when you say shit like this, right? When you put your kids' initials on your hands, why would you do that? Big fucking gaudy, clunky jewelry, right? And so,
Initials, my wedding band, the Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
But apparently they symbolize something.
Oh, man hands, fucking man hands, like
Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
But apparently they.
Boom, man hands. It's a weird thing to put your kids' initials, right? Like, why do you need your kids' initials? Like, because you forget their fucking names? Like, this weird. Like, she's a weird person.
Symbolize some kind of secret plot. There's also a new theory that Egyptian aircraft have been tracking you.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on? Why are there so many conspiracies spreading about...
Why do you know? Like, someone who has said that she got rid of all social media on your phone, and you guys are here to pitch your book, The Shabbat, where you turn off social media and all the brain rot. Why do you think this is happening? Since your business is tanking, you don't understand why it's happening, right? Why don't you tell me why it's happening? Because your whole world's imploding, and you just keep on feeding into it. And after this disastrous interview, you're going to fly out to Tennessee and beg Candace Owens or try to shekel her up or do whatever you can to get her to lay off because you have no more audience, right? Why do you think it's happening?
It seems to be a pretty open and shut case.
What do you mean pretty open and shut? What do you mean seems like that? For something they're not going to put on trial for? Yeah, it's just stupid shit, right?
This is the first time that we have seen evil on display where we have social media at our fingertips.
You don't think there's been evil on social media before? This is the first time we've ever seen evil on display. And then she's going to go beg Candace Owens and make some inroads with her? That's the evil? Your audience is the evil because they don't believe in the official story? Is that what it is, Erika?
Something so evil that happened, people are wanting answers immediately. They are wanting to figure out how to wrap their mind around
Okay,
it.
like they're delusional. They're just coming up with anything. Like, that's fucking, if that's your point of view, you're never going to get your audience back. Like I said before, all of these individual shooters, going back to the Kennedy assassination, where they've trained you to think that this is some crazy individual that goes in and shoots up a church and doesn't know the people, when 90% of all murders happen from somebody who knows the people that they're murdering, right? Via, a la Rob Reiner, that story, with his son. I mean, this is the kind of thing that people get murdered. It's usually, almost always, it's the spouse, right? I mean, these types of things. So, it's always the suspect they look for, but not you, not the average person. When something like this happens, assassination, it's never a government or a trained military professional. I mean, it was with Lee Harvey Oswald, but most of the times it's not somebody who has any connection to the military because they don't want to give the military a bad name. Someone with no military training, a disgruntled piece of shit who just wakes up one day and decides to go shoot some people, and that they've trained you to think that, and they always write manifestos, and they've created a profile which you guys, all of us, have been trained to look for. And so it isn't one guy. This is a long conspiratorial process that they've put out here. The long time profiling that they've created, and it's one event after the other, and they all look pretty much like bullshit, right? And so, this is the only one that was done in public like it was of a famous person, and the person's a right-wing person. And so people are taking a different attitude, her and other people who are right-wing fucks. But, most people are aware of most of the people who are her audience are aware of the conspiracy theories and the doubt in the narratives. Many people in the truth community. So this isn't people looking for evil has happened and they're looking for answers. They don't buy this story, on its face. And they rolling out this guy and rolling out these stories, people don't buy them. They don't trust the government. They don't trust the media. They don't trust organizations and institutions because they've been lied to so many times by these institutions. So that's why it's happening. If you don't understand that, then you're not going to be able to ever win your audience back, because even your own husband was a conspiratorial person that was anti-government and didn't believe in the JFK official story, didn't believe a single gunman could have pulled it off. And when people's lost their belief in that, the JFK thing, then it just is dominoed effect through all these other events. And so, this is what we're dealing with here. Anyways, so it doesn't look like Candace Owens put anything out today. Usually she has some kind of thing, I'm going to release a video and I'm going live at 5 or some bullshit thing like that. And maybe she will, maybe she don't. So I might wrap this one up here, depending on when the, this thing's going to go up tomorrow afternoon, and then Candace Owens, whatever happens, we'll see. Anyways, that's enough of these dopes. Okay, just at dinner, I'm going to do a little bit here now, maybe a little bit more tonight, and the rest tomorrow morning. And I can't do too much. It's already 2-hour video, so let's just cover a little bit of this here. So here she is.
Shabbat. Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our...
What the fuck? How much did you get sheckled up, right?
Greatest friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
Okay, so she's just playing, but this is what I tuned into. All right, I appreciate her doing this because, it's funny. Okay, let's mute this here till we get to things where she starts singing here.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Well, Erika said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened.
Okay, so we get the joke. So she tends to, like, it was funny for, like, the first time. But you don't need to go on, so we'll have to go through this. I'll have to find something that's significant here now. Okay, so you just, whenever you're doing something that's funny, you have to kind of realize, oh, the bit has run its course, right? When you don't find it funny anymore, it's like you're, playing, you play Freebird every time, right? That's, why I couldn't do stand-up comedy. Like, I have to find, whatever. So, she's very dramatic, right? She's like histrionic almost.
Answers to the questions I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't...
This isn't the entire... you think the entire reason you've been doing this was to meet with Erika J. Kirk, right? That's the entire reason you've been doing this?
At Turning Point USA, just answer basic questions. And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erika. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's
a real class act.
My cousin, and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect.
Okay, but that's not why everybody's doing it, right? Not everyone was doing this so Erika Kirk and Turning Point would answer questions, because she hasn't answered a real question in the interview. She has very set answers. Oftentimes she doesn't answer the question directly. She's not good at that, but she's, like a politician, doesn't answer things directly. But, this isn't why people are doing it. Do you expect real answers from Erika Kirk? Like, if they're guilty, they're not going to tell you the truth. Like, you can interview somebody who's guilty, and if you're counting on them confessing, like this is an episode of fucking Scooby-Doo, then you're going to pull Erika Kirk's mask off and find it's Ben Shapiro, right? Or somebody.
Going into the room, I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erika's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me...
She was just calling you evil, and all the people that believe what you believe evil.
Not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what?
Boom. Justin Strife bringing it. Okay. Let me fast forward through all this bullshit and see if there's anything significant here. It means hopefully this is short. Like, at least I can get through some of it. And if I don't get through all of it today, we'll get to it tomorrow. Or, like this video, it'll get to it to the next video. Okay. So it's Tuesday night here. I'm going to do this one last clip, and then I'll cover the rest of what I can tomorrow. But she gave away the farm here, not just for her, but Erika J. Kirk, Shekels. So she did a good opening, right? She did a good opening to make light of that she had been shackled up, but she just gave away the farm. And you know how many times I get tired of covering something, a news piece or something. If I had a nickel for every time that I'm like, all right, that's it. And I'll play just a little bit more, and there'll be like something big, right? If, I would have a lot of nickels if someone gave me a nickel for every time that happened. But here it is.
Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erika was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted, that it was a God-forsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know. I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I've really...
Okay, so that's fucking huge right there. We'll see what she shared with them. I'll do that. I haven't heard that part yet. But I stopped right before this big bombshell. So Justin Strife, the guy, I think he's the new CEO, he was the guy Charlie was going to appoint when he did this new audit, right? And again, I'm not sure about that, but I'm pretty sure that's who it is. I'm almost 100% sure, but who gives a shit, right? But, Erika Kirk's there, and they're saying, all right, what are we going to accomplish during this meeting? And they say their number one thing that they're upset about, right? The number one thing that they're upset is that Candace Owens said, don't donate any more money, right? So, I mean, that's fucking huge that they said that, right? Of all the things, like she accused Tyler Boyer of being gay, right? She's accused Turning Point US Gay of having, not just being Judases, like some people in the organization had set Charlie Kirk up. She said that they rushed this outing, this thing that where he was allegedly assassinated, right? Allegedly. They rushed it. It wasn't like what they did normally. He talked about the sound guy who came in and grabbed the SD card, and then right after doing a reaction video to Charlie Kirk being assassinated. Like, she's thrown a ton of shade, a lot of it implicating this organization. She said a lot of things about a lot of people. Mikey McCoy has taken a beating. The whole TPUS gay faith, all the stuff she said about the McCoy family, the McCoys, Father McCoy and little babies McCoy, all the stuff that she said. I mean, this is stuff that I know, right? I haven't watched every minute of her videos. I can't remember all of it. But she's hammered the shit out of the organization. She said a lot of these things about them disrespecting the memory of Charlie Kirk. And the first thing they're upset about is that she tweeted, don't donate, right? And a bunch of people went to get their donations back, and they wouldn't give them back. And so, like, she talked about that, and she bragged about that. She was happy about that. She was happy not only about what she tweeted, but she said on her show, everyone should go get their donations back, right? And that triggered them to have this meeting and do all the shit that they've been doing. This whole tour is about the donations, right? Because, they're not going to get the big donor donations anymore because they don't have any influence. I mean, I would assume, unless it's just a money laundering situation. But, the rest of these mom and pop donations they're getting, maybe $10 here, $50 here, $2 there, whatever it is, and all the rest of these things, that's how they keep this thing going. It's a nonprofit, although they make lots of profit. And so their biggest concern is donations. Like, she's accused them of Judasing Charlie Kirk, and they don't even give a shit about that. Like, the thing that made them, melt down and have this meeting and do all that shit. And she backs away from it, right? She backs off that claim. Why the fuck should anybody donate to Charlie, to the TPUS gay? I'd go back and find that clip, but I'm going to be buried in this fucking thing for a while, so I don't want to do it. But she was very happy that people were trying to get their donations back and weren't getting them. Because, she can say she was angry and she's not getting answers. She's been cut out, but why the fuck should hardworking people donate to this piece of shit organization? Trump's turned out to be a piece of shit. They're, so pro-Israel. I mean, they're more pro-Israel than they are America. None of these things turned out to be true. I mean, Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit too, right? He was shackled up. They're, brainwashing and gaslighting college students. I mean, it's not a good organization. And she just gave away the farm, as did they, because they reacted to the donation, and she pulls back on that, right? Like, she totally caves on that. Of course they shouldn't fucking donate. And I don't think people will just because she said that, but they're freaked the fuck out because they don't have no way of, they've lost their audience, which should be their big concern. The big concern shouldn't be that she says stop to donate, right? when I was, I do this thing called Sajmarg meditation, and the third master of the system passed away, and this guy Dodgy, who I thought was a good guy, and he was certainly into Sajmarg. He was the Sajmarg means the natural path, and he was into it more than I was. He was a good practitioner. He donated a shit ton of money, and he was he seemed like he would make a good president and master of the system, and he completely shit the bed. And they started doing a lot of dumb shit. They did these scams, this thing where you put a blindfold on kids and you pretend, and the kids learn to see through the blindfold, and they pretend they can hear colors and smell colors, and they can solve a Rubik's Cube by shaking it next to their ear. Real dumb shit, but they're really peeking through the blindfold. It's a scam, that midbrain activation scam in India, and they did a lot of other shit that was even worse than that, right? And I got to the point where I felt frustrated, so I put up a video entitled, Dodgy's a piece of shit, and I'm paraphrasing, it was nicer than that. And I had a lot of friends, Facebook friends, that did the meditation. And then Dodgy went back, Dodgy and all these people watched my videos. And I only regret it because it was, it became a hassle for me, right? Like slight hassle. Like, and I couldn't win these people over or convince them something. I couldn't change anything. And so, but, I was glad I did it because a bunch of people came forward and gave me a shit ton of information. All these people who were equally freaked out by what was going on, right? Because the system that we loved, this organic spiritual system, that had helped so many of us in ways that none of us could describe to you, but it's transformational, had just shit the bed, right? And, I don't regret, I called Dodgy a little bitch, and I could have used nicer language, but it's true, right? He disrespected his spiritual guru, the guy who did everything for him, and, he was his successor, and he turned on him as like a little ungrateful little bitch, right? And, it caused some waves in people, and people were calling for my assassination and shit over in India. But the reality of it is, the truth is the truth, right? And sometimes you get a little bit, I was a little bit angrier and a little bit more emotional than I normally am. And I went in a little hard and a little aggressive. But the truth is, the organization is a piece of shit organization now, and should be avoided, and people shouldn't be donating money to it. Same thing with TPUSK, right? And so Candace shouldn't be backing down. Why the fuck is she backing down, right? Like, she had them on the fucking ropes. So they made this ultimatum where they said we're going to reveal the truth. And we just saw what that was. I showed you 2 clips. I don't know if they have other things coming out, but, regardless of any of this stuff, they can't debunk shit. They're not fact-checking shit, right? They're fucked. They're really fucked. And they were going to do that live show, and Candace was going to live stream it, and she could easily destroy it because anybody fucking could, because they're not even sensible. And everything that they were doing, she could have destroyed, but somehow they got her to back off that. Now she's covering this talk with Erika. She won't get to this other thing till tomorrow or maybe never with TPUSK people. Maybe she's not even going to cover them hostily. And, for what? And they're going to get donations back, and people are going to be happy, with this, people who are into both of them, this whole fucking bullshit. And so she said that she wasn't going to give in, but it seems like she got shackled up because, we'll see what else she says here. But her tone has changed, right? Her tone has changed. Like she's getting a seat at the table or some shit, right?
He felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview as like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, the first bit of mud that was slung, which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place. And by no means did Erika give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of...
Oh, so it's just this big old misunderstanding, It's not like that at all. Like, either they are complicit in Charlie Kirk's assassination, which you have said, that's what you're alleging. Either you're lying or they're fucking lying. And there's no way that there could be a kumbaya moment here, right? And that's what you were most concerned about, was they attacked you about Catholicism, and that made you get butthurt, so that you did all this other shit. Fuck. Not that possibly, Mossad had really killed Charlie Kirk or these Egyptian planes or all this other bullshit, and somebody at TPUSK had to set this thing up, and that there's somebody over there that's a fucking Judas, or numerous people, and all this stuff that's gone on since then, right? Okay, there's one more thing I want to show you, then I can turn this off and go about my business. So I've played a little bit more of this, but I also went back and looked at what she said. She said it's a godforsaken organization, and people shouldn't donate to it. But it's the donation that they're concerned about. Godforsaken, yeah, they're not psyched about that, right? Which is true, because it's not a real divine organization. It's a fucking parasitic, deceptive organization, right? So it sucks. But the other thing is, Erika Kirk didn't know that Charlie communicated on other apps like Signal. So she has his phone, right? And she's going through his phone. It's been 3 fucking months. And if you had your husband's phone or your loved one, and there was some idea that the official story was bullshit, and you wanted to figure out who killed him, and you had heard from Erika Kirk and then this other people, because Dan Flood went on a show and said that he got this message, and that Charlie Kirk had said that, and then these other things that he was saying about Israel. But why doesn't she know he communicated on Signal as well? Like, she knows so little about his work. How the fuck is she going to take over his, I mean, she owns this business. Like, it's her thing. She inherited TPUSK, but she doesn't have to be the CEO. And she was supposedly grieving and all that other bullshit, that doesn't, no one's really seen real grief from her. But she doesn't know that he communicated on Signal, and she doesn't care. Like, she doesn't, I want to get to the bottom of this thing, right? So,
say that. They then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Kovac received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. If somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were. But they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message.
Okay, so they're going to show the message, and he was really thinking the left was going to kill him. Fuck you, like and he didn't say that. Dan Flood, when there's a clip of him out there somewhere. They showed it on one of these shows, Jimmy Dore, one of those shows. I saw the clip recently, where he was saying he didn't say the left was going to kill him, right? And so, like that whole thing is just complete bullshit, right? Like that's, now he's saying the left, right?
I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of
Okay, so that's that. Whatever this is, like, I think Candace is going to, we'll see what she does, whatever, whatever this goes and runs, how this plays out. But having a meeting like this is going to undermine the conflict that is necessary here, right? Like if this was a real thing and not handled and not, that's working against the people and not, these people being organic and having their own process and not being, controlled by the powers that be. But, if this was a real thing, the conflict would culminate in, the majority of people saying, we don't believe the fucking official story. Erika Kirk's a piece of shit, and TPUSK is done, right? I hope she gets into the stuff with Tyler Boyer, which would be interesting to hear. But whatever. If he actually, she says she was given information, receipts she has that the dude's gay, and he's the guy who was he was the guy who was next in line after Charlie Kirk. He was the COO or whatever that position is. And he introduced, he's responsible for all these people working there. So that's a big piece of news, especially when you're talking about being a godforsaken organization. Anyways, let me wrap this up and I'll continue tomorrow. So this is Frank Turek, right?
And so I texted him. I said, Charlie, I hope you've increased your security detail. And he said, I have. I know they want me dead. Now.
So, he said, I know they want me dead. So this is a different guy, a third guy. And I saw this clip the other day. So, what the fuck, right? I mean, he didn't say the left. I know the left wants me dead. Come on, that's fucking bullshit. And if they aren't going to release those texts, whatever the thing is, because they suck. They're not going, she's handled, she's owned, she's shackled up, right? Just like Charlie was. And she saw what they did to him. So why the fuck would she she's got a big company, a lot of money, and why would she give a shit, right? She didn't give a shit when they were murdering Palestinian children. She's a fucking horrible person, so why would she care, right? So, this whole thing. I mean, like I said, nothing ever happens with these things. Anyways, we'll get into the rest of this tomorrow. Okay, so it's Wednesday, December 17th. This video will be going up this afternoon. I got to make sure I check my batteries on my microphone. It's probably not going to make it through this whole thing this morning. But I think I can get through this segment here, and then I'll check it. So, or I can check it right now. I got 3 bars, so I'm going to make it. All right. So, this is kind of where I left off, but I have some thoughts about what she said here. So let's watch this again here.
Of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me.
No, let's go back just a tad here.
Told me what it said.
Let's go back a little bit more.
Communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Kovac received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no.
So as soon as she says no, then they can say anything, right? Like, oh, you don't have a hard copy. Well, oh, you just heard, it's just hearsay. So, here it is.
He told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that.
Why would you trust them on that? So why would you trust them on that? Like, why the fuck would you trust them, right? So they asked you if you had a hard copy. Do you have a copy of it, of all the text messages? Oh, well, his one said, the one guy who said you, them, but the other guy said the left is going to kill me. Why would Charlie say the left is going to kill me? See, the left isn't capable. The average left person doesn't even own a gun, right? The majority of the guns are on the right-wing side. Now, the Tyler Robinson is a unique case because even he didn't grow up in a left household. He grew up in Utah with a conservative family. I mean, based in the story, right? This is the character because he was shooting rifles his whole life, right? How many left-leaning people shoot rifles their whole life and are, into guns? And the people who are more likely to go into the military are right-wing people, right? So it's a silly thing to say, that for her to say, yeah, I trust them on that. Like, why would you trust these guys? Because, she's going to go through various lies. We're not going to go through all of them. I don't know. I think we'll go to maybe we'll stop right before the Mikey McCoy thing. They get into that. I listened to a little bit more of this last night. Then my next video, I'll cover the rest of it. This is going to be a long video. We got some of the big reveals already. But, these organizations are either trustworthy or they're not, right? They're either, legitimate organizations that stand for what they stand for. And TPUSK is not trustworthy because they got so much money. It's more likely a money laundering organization. I mean, its number one goal is to get money, right? Its number one goal is to buy influence, to have influence. And to, it's a lobbying group for Israel. I mean, it had been. It's a lobbying organization for Israel. and political organization to elect the piece of shit Donald Trump, who betrayed everybody, all of his followers. Not me. I'm not mad at Trump. Trump didn't deceive me. He was lying to Trumpers, right? And so these people were betraying the people who believe a certain, who are right-wing Christian people. They were betrayed by TPUSK. It's the obvious, it's just overwhelming right now. I just, coming to the party late, I didn't even know what TPUSA was until now, and now I know it's TPUSK. Right? And so, making heaven crowded with twinks. And they're lying throughout this. Now, Candace says, a lot of the answers are deceptive, right? And so, we're going to go through this, but why in the world would you say you trust them, right? Because, they're not like, oh, we're just two people with different opinions. Like, they know that they know more than anybody that Charlie Kirk was killed by, the official story isn't true. Like, they don't. Because they leaked a bunch of shit to her over the first couple of days, like Andrew Kovac told her that Charlie Kirk said they were going to kill me, and then walked it back. But it wasn't the liberals, right? The liberals don't do shit like this because they're not capable. Like, the liberals have protests and sit-ins, so they don't have the capacity for this stuff. They're not militarized. They don't have military people in their organizations unless they're being used in some way. They're being handled. They just they're good at rioting and they're good at whining. What are liberals? What is a typical liberal, right? Like he's going to be killed by furries and transgenders and by vegans. Like what was he? The left is going to kill me. Who are you worried about? The people you took hundreds of millions of dollars for, and now you're saying fuck you to them? That's who we'd be saying it about, right? People who kill people on a regular basis, governments in Israel, right? In this case, Israel. And so, these people who were pissed at him, like he was having disputes with them, that they would be them. If this was true, that they would be them, right? Would be, Josh Hammer, these people that brought him up to the Hamptons, like she would know that. And, not Egyptian planes, not fucking any of these things, not Erika Kirk, any of these, whatever it is. These are there's the suspects are the ones who are, one, have motive, and two, are capable of doing something like this. And Israel and Mossad and the U.S. government are capable of this thing more than anybody else. They're number one suspect.
I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erika say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things. And
oh, Jesus Christ. She didn't ask him to stop because she doesn't take a stand on anything. Now, like, all of a sudden, the only thing she's ever taken a stand on is conspiracy theories about her husband's death. It's the only thing she's got mad about. It's the only thing she's, like, talking about, right? If you go through this thing, it appears that she knows nothing. Like, no one's telling her anything. She's oblivious. She doesn't even understand the truth movement. She doesn't understand, the right-wing conspiracy theories. She doesn't understand that. She doesn't understand any of these things. Based on her public appearances and what Candace Owens is saying, like, she's pretty much kept in the dark. They roll her out every once in a while. They give her some lines. But, like, she's not anything, right? Like, she's not, she's a completely handled asset. Why would she ever name check Candace Owens? Like, so, the story now, because of what we know about Megyn Kelly, what Megyn Kelly said, is that Candace Owens and Erika Kirk are in some sort of negotiation to have a conversation together. Because, they know TPUSK is done. And it's done. There's no fucking reviving it, right? Because it's been exposed as a piece of shit organization. And, people want to have some reverence for Charlie Kirk, but the organization sucked when he was a part of it. And now, they realize they're giving their money to Israel. It's another way you're giving your money to lobby for Israel and to the Donald Trump presidency that, he's not going to release the Epstein files or do anything. So, he's not going to make America great again. So you're just throwing your fucking money away, right? And so, the organization should be toasted. I'm not going to check the channel for this video, but I'm sure that they might have some kind of response of their own. At some point, Erika Kirk has to show up and do whatever she's going to do and talk about this or not, right? But, she was not going to stand up for Candace Owens, right? No, she wasn't going to say, stop name checking her or stop, disparaging her, right?
That I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry. But Erika said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's fair to clear that up now.
Yeah, so what? Like this, if she was going to meet with you, she didn't have to come. I mean, that killed her. Like, now she has to walk it back, but she should have went along with it, right? I mean, so, there's that. Okay, let's get back to it here.
I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct
Terrell Farnsworth. This guy, remember when he did the selfie?
Communication.
And he did the reaction video to Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck. I think it's time for me to do a reaction video.
How Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new, and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And
just to clarify these different people, because he's starting to talk about Tyler Boyer here. And, I hope that the Tyler Boyer thing of being gay comes up, because that was that's where that whole TPUS gay thing is. And that would really destroy the organization if it came out that she was, I'm not going to probably get to that today because I already listened to more than I'm going to get to today. But I'll go through this. And it probably, it doesn't sound like she's going to get there, but she might. But Tyler Boyer, he had the story, and a bunch of people have had stories about these things, when they were accused, right? And it sounds a little bit like from Candace Owens that they just don't know what the fuck they're doing and they don't communicate with each other. Like this, they're going to get into how Andrew Kovic was just acting on his own and he wasn't checking things, and things that were being said, like him with the doctor and the magic bullet. Like they'll get into that as we go through this. But their position was like they don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? Like that's that these things were, they made changes, and like none of these things were people aware of. Erika Kirk clearly didn't even know Charlie was sending messages out on Signal, so they weren't even talking about like she didn't know how he did his job. She really wasn't a part of it, and they were doing things behind Charlie's back and running amok. No, they neither of them were responsible for the finances and the money that was being pilfered, right? So, that's not an excuse for what you've presented since then, right? Her bad acting, her not really grieving in a way that's believable, right?
Said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, yeah, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And
well, then, they should say that, right? They should, everybody was name dropping Charlie Kirk and all claiming to be the next person. Like, if that's the case, if Rob McCoy's not a part of it, right? He's got 2 kids working there. And so, they're going to get into the Mikey McCoy thing, his phone logs. I don't think I'm going to get into it here today. But, they should be like disavowing him in some way, right? If that's the case, if he's operating and he's creating a lot of the hostility, and Candace Owens just fucking destroyed that guy's reputation with all the people that are, doing what she's doing here. And him coming out and saying that he runs TPUS Gay Faith and, all these things, that he was his official pastor. I mean, he's done personal damage to his own reputation and the reputation of the organization. Like, I mean, it's obvious that this organization is, at the very least, totally mismanaged and misrun. Like, it's getting hundreds of millions of dollars and it's just a fucking free-for-all over there. Bunch of twinks running around stealing money, making shit up, right? These organizations, what I do here, like, what, if I listen to my commenters, some of them benefit from, some of you guys say you benefit from the spiritual stuff, which is, the major goal. But a secondary goal that everybody benefits from is when the system's fucked up. Like, you grow up and then at some point you realize the system's fucked up. Like, you realize your family's fucked up, right? And you really can't change your family. I mean, maybe more so than you really, than the whole system is either changed, one component, your family, than the whole thing. But you realize you can't change it. So it's not about changing it. It's not about making America great again. But it's about understanding why you feel this way and why, it gives you some validation of how fucked up the thing is. And that's what I do here. Like, it's not, the spiritual stuff is the most important thing. But it's about people being able to feel, having these aha moments and feeling like, oh, yeah, this is fucked up. Like, I'm not fucked up. The system's fucked up, right? I might be fucked up, but the system's fucked up more, or the system fucked me up, right? And so that's all the truth community is. It isn't about changing. It's about helping you cope, helping you realize all the things to validate the things you've known, and that realizing that the system has screwed everybody up, and is screwed up, and it's bad for us. And so, what do we do with that? Like, how can we, how it helps you manage it, and it helps you negotiate and deal with the system, right? And the direction it's going. Like, that's all this is. And something that's supposed to be a religious organization like TPUSK, and they make it big, the stuff that they're promising, and Erika Kirk's going out there and saying, oh, we're going to grow bigger and bigger and all this stuff. Yeah, you got a lot of money post Charlie Kirk dying. But right now you're dead in the water. Nobody's watching your show. And they are, like, if they are, they're watching it to criticize you and slam you. and you're getting ratioed, and maybe the anger and the ire will, dissipate at some point. But your organization's never coming back. It's you're posers, right? You've been exposed as a posing organization, and that you're, about the money and about the power, and you're not about the things that you say you're about, Christianity and right-wing beliefs and these things, and you've been taking money from people and not delivering for them what they're giving you money for. And you're not trustworthy, and you got a bunch of twinks running around there, right? And so, all right, let's, I'm going to go eat breakfast, and I'll come back here. Okay, let's get back to it here.
We should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this.
What are you letting up on, right? Like, what are you letting up on? See, here's the problem. Again, understanding what's at stake here in terms of what purpose do we serve? Like exposing, calling bullshit on the official story. That part of whatever. What purpose do we serve? Now, for me, the divinity is key, but, people aren't ready for that anyway, so, whatever. I mean, I have to keep on doing it for the few people that are, but that is whatever it is. But in terms of exposing whatever's going on, like I said, you're not going to change the system. But this, I'm friends with this person, so, or I'm, I think Trump's better than Kamala, so I won't report on this. Like, it's just tell the fucking truth, right? Like, just tell the truth. Whatever comes in front of you, just say what you think the truth is. We're at that stage where you just should do that, as a person, whatever it is. Sometimes, you have to understand about social arrangements. You can't lose your job for telling the truth, right? Like, I mean, maybe you can, but maybe you can't. These things you have to weigh. But just because you met with Erika Kirk doesn't mean you're supposed to stop this, right? Oh, now, now I can't say certain things because me and Erika are besties. What the fuck, right? So, I mean, it's just the whole, I don't begrudge her. She wanted answers, which is okay. But some of the answers are, we suck, we don't know what we're doing, and some of the answers are lies. And so they're lying to you, and you're supposed to be a person that doesn't like to be lied to. I mean, that's how she presents herself. And some of these things are just clear lies, right? Like, it's like when somebody dies and the forks come out of all the people, some institution needs a, like this thing, Turning Point USA is like, they're all trying to get their piece of it because it's clear that they don't have talent anymore, right? Whatever Charlie Kirk was or wasn't, he was a talent. Like, I don't understand the appeal, but there was an appeal there. And he was much better than these guys, right? Like, these guys are horrible. They just don't have it. And that includes Erika. So they don't have anybody to go up there where people can gravitate to, right?
I still don't understand it. And the magic bullet, okay? Now, we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all of the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize, it's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle.
His bone density was so healthy, and his bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It would have likely killed those standing behind him. I think you're going to read this. Remember, and they talked about this like it would have killed like 2 moose and a couple of elk. remarkable and miraculous, right? They're calling miracle here. And I want to, and I'm going to end with this little bit here. Let her finish up here.
The healthy bone, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like, eek. That kind of was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like
okay,
that.
so she's going to get into it, and we'll watch it. This will be my last clip here, and then I'll cover the rest of it in my next video. And, I want to restate this multiple times, and I hope I remember to do it, because it's coming at the end of the video. But this is what happens when you don't realize your audience is separate people. And they were just coming out thinking that everyone was going to be on their side, and they were, their friend just died and they were grieving, and everybody was just going to go along with whatever they were saying, especially like goofy fucking miracle bullshit, right? Like this. And, and Andrew Colvett was just doing this on his own. That's what they're going to throw him under the bus, at least to Candace. But, this would have been a disaster had Candace done this live shoot with them, because they all would have had to say, yeah, we fucked that up. We shouldn't have said that. But they still don't understand their audience is separate people. And they're not going to go with you. Like, people are going to have a reaction to whatever you say. And they're going to have their own personal reaction to, things that upset them, that trigger them. And then there's a collective kind of understanding of things that, like when I made my video about the big event in 2001, and there was this idea of thermite, which is a bullshit idea, and I exposed it. And people were like losing their shit over it, like my small audience, because they believed it and they never researched it. And I exposed a lot of bullshit truther narratives that were I had accepted without doing research. I first figured this out, that there was a bunch of shit out there that we all believed that wasn't true. And people would say it to other people. There's this time I was in like a crystal shop in Asheville, North Carolina, one of the most liberal places in the universe. They had like these big giant crystal shops. There was like 4 of them in a row on this one road. There was like 4 Whole Foods and a couple of those other, like, whatever it is, minor health foods. They were everywhere, right? And so we used to go to meditation over this, one of the guys who did the Sagemark system when my family and I were briefly in North Carolina after selling our homestead. And there was this old guy, and he was talking to this young guy about all these different New Age theories and UFO stuff. And I knew everything that he was saying because I'd heard it before, and I knew it was all bullshit. And this guy's like, oh man, thanks. And he's just, this old guy's just, he almost looked like homeless, liberal fuck. And he was just like telling this guy all this stuff. And the guy was lapping it up. And I'm like, it's New Age bullshit, guru stuff and bullshit UFO things that, you can hear on any, bad internet show, right? Of people who there's the official story, and then they come up with a secondary story that's just as much made up as the first story, but it doesn't have any authority behind it, so it's even worse, right? And, and the spiritual stuff's particularly, because, spirituality is a discipline. And the New Age movement is like your ego can make your soul, squeeze your soul and God to manifest things that go against your soul and God's wishes, and that's just not true. That your ego can make things happen. In fact, that preceptor that I was talking about in North Carolina, he was a young guy who was, one of the cooler people. And he was in California, and he started doing all these New Age things about manifesting things, and he did it, and he said, yeah, it didn't work. And then he started Sagemark, where you have to surrender to your soul, and you have to surrender to God's will. And your ego doesn't want to hear that. That's why people don't do it, because they want to hear, the New Age movement is to use your spirituality to give you the best possible material life, and that doesn't fucking work. It might work for a little bit, but it's not why you're here, right? And so, knowing that there's a separate audience and that people are different, than you are, and that if you, try to force them to go with you, you expect them to go with you down this road that they carved out post Charlie Kirk, and all these people would come along with you, and they've been stunned by the reaction because, Erika didn't play well, and the two guys they replaced, these two guys, I call them, beta males sharing one testicle, right? The low testosterone guys who are just, sort of gayish, right? My wife was quoting me, you have these great quotes to get to, but that I said, a twink is like an elf that likes to suck dick. Like I said, she said that thing, and I was like, where did you hear that? And she goes, you said it. And so, but they have this all fucked up thing over there, and now it's all out in the open. It's like it was ripped open, and they expected these people just to go along. They have no idea. Erika Kirk is clueless at the truth community. They were all clueless about the truth community, and that people they're not trusting, and how the internet is now and how their audience is. And, they went with Charlie to whatever extent, but, they were turning on him because of Israel already. They were turning on him. And so, like this, let's get to the end of this thing. But, it's clear that's the case here, that they expected people, and, Trump is the same way. He lied to people and told them what he wanted to hear, and then he expected, well, once I'm in office, they'll just go along for the ride. No, then people don't go along for the ride. You can't Epstein people and block the Epstein stuff and expect people are going to go with you, right? Maybe some of them, but he's shocked by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the rest of these things. You have to understand that these people are separate, and you're together only because you share some beliefs, and they ride with you for a little bit, but they're not, they'll turn on you in a heartbeat. I've seen it over and over again. That's why I don't, I understand that in terms of this audience here. Like I just do what I'm doing, and I don't need to pander. I don't have to expect that people won't turn on you because I know they will, right?
That was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon. And then Andrew Colbert replies and says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon. And they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So like it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like he was just flying dark on it. And I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you. I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, Andrew was not one of the people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we discussed the...
Okay, so I'm going to stop here. For this video, and I'll continue on. I'll see what else is, I don't want to have to cover every second of this thing. But I do know that the stuff's coming up with Mikey McCoy and some of these other things. And, the big thing was her saying, they were upset that she went after him over donations, right? And so... she told people not to donate, and that was really why this whole thing is happening. That's all that Turning Point cares about. And Candace Owens is getting her answers, but the answers aren't good, right? Like, that's not clarifying anything. So they're throwing Andrew Colbert under the bus, but the surgeon shouldn't have talked to him. He's not, a member of the family. And then he ran with this idea that, look at Charlie, if he was fucking bulletproof, then why didn't he stop the bullet from going in the first place, which I said... like he just prevented it. His body didn't want to. He know in that moment he retained that bullet so it wouldn't hit other people. And so maybe there's one more thing I want to cover here. Let's go to that.
The security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe Turning Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him. just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harple, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay.
So, this security guy, so they just threw Andrew COVID under the bus. Like, they expected to go and meet with Candace Owen live. Now, I don't know how they're going to respond to this. I don't know how much of this they're going to verify or not. But she's basically exposing, at the very least, criminal level of incompetence here. The security guy failed. Whatever happened there's failure. And he goes on this show, and then he makes a fool of himself. He becomes the star of the story. They're pissed that he went on. They fire him. He's trying to save his reputation. He clearly didn't do the job that needed to be done. And so he's compromised, right? Like, all these people are compromised. Deirdre Kovitz just going on there talking to surgeons, making up fucking miracle stories, and then getting run by the internet. And, like, they're just fucking clueless. Like, this shows a lack of complete understanding of what's going on. And there's the thing here, let's get to there's one thing that she says about Tyler Boyer.
Things that, the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, or rather that they take my strong advice on this. I said, one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like, that more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people, some people who are experts.
See, this is where Candace Owens is more cagey than they are. She understands her audience. She understands the internet. She understands the people that are opposed to her. And she understands, like, what happens when you fucking make a mistake and people then attribute it to you being shackled up, or any of these things. Like, she's crafty. Like, Erika Kirk's not fucking crafty. These fucking people are clueless. They have no idea what they're dealing with, right? In terms of, any of these things that, they have no talent, and they were losing, they were on the wrong side of the Israel thing, which was their biggest thing. And now, the Shabbat Shalom book and that fucking thing and all the rest of it, this weird book and the weird way that Erika Kirk is behaving. And that you don't want to say things and then just be wrong. Like, this is what I talk about, like, with them and Trump's ketchup gate, right? Like, if you got duped by Trump's ketchup gate because you just wanted to believe in Trump and you didn't even question it, like, this could possibly, you should always say, this possibly could be fake. Like, and what I say all the time, I'm never going to know exactly what happened. And I don't even fucking care, right? Because I know these people are all fucked and it's lying and it's all bullshit. Like, you don't need to know. But, like, be honest about that. Like, you don't know. I have a comment I want to get to. I'll maybe start the next video with it, with somebody's telling you this is what happened. And it's just retarded. It's retarded. Like, people are just stupid. They think they know stuff. You think you know stuff and you don't. Like, you'll never know. Because it's a sea of lies. And, beyond that, it's the illusionary aspect of, all the things I said in my opening to my last video about reality and these things. And so, they're not cagey. They're not crafty like she is. And so, like, the way that she did the thing in the opening here was to make light of that she had been compromised. But she has been compromised to whatever extent. I don't think she took money. I mean, maybe she did. But she's compromised because now she's got access back to TPUSK. Like, she can call these people up. So the relationship has been restored to whatever extent. And now Erika, is kind of beholding to her because she can, go in hard on them again. And so they're going to try to keep her happy, right? So this is a manipulation on her part. Like, she has, she can go and cover this stuff and exclude Erika from it and just, Erika can throw these other people, these underlings under the bus for her, but, like, here's this is the incompetent part. I want to end with this piece. So let's go forward here.
Some people who have been involved in cases that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like, they have access to UVU camera. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, like, you know, their lawyer who is involved in this case, one of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, you know, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If we want to protect the integrity of the case, I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid.
You know, in politics, and then some to some extent on the truth community, people don't want to be seen as being wrong and misjudge something. People don't want to recommend something, you know, recommend somebody or validate somebody and have that person fucking just flame out, right? You know, people don't want to be connected to failure and misperception because, you know, when you come here and you listen to people on the internet, you're doing so because you don't trust the official story. And you listen to people for a while and then they show you, oh, they're compromised here or they're prejudiced here and they're, you know, they're wrong about this. And then after a while you kind of, you know, you listen to somebody for a while and you're like, well, they're still full of shit about this or that. You know, sometimes you're wrong because you have your own prejudices or whatever it is. But people don't like to be exposed as being poor judges of character. And all these people who back Trump, they're all fucked. Like, they're all fucked. You know, they should be fucked. But people just don't want to let go of their Trump dreams or whatever. But if you back Trump or you voted for Trump with the hope that he was going to make America great again, you were fucking clueless, right? Like, and it's time to admit, like, I didn't know what the fuck I was thinking, right? Well, was I desperate? Why did I do that, right? It's you know, we all have our moments. But all these people that didn't call bullshit on the Trump stuff and the ketchup gate and all these other things, you know, you don't like to be wrong about something. That's why senators and, you know, Congress people don't like to vote, because when you vote for something, you know, the issue might turn south on you. And oftentimes you're voting on things, the powers that be are having you vote one way and the people feel a different way about what you're voting on, and it's going to be used against you. Why did you vote for this, right? And, you know, even now where you're like, why did you give that person a thumbs up? You know, like, I mean, people are just, that's how petty everything's gotten. And so the one thing that Erika Kirk, I mean, no one's advising her. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. And, you know, she's maybe 100% controlled and an actress. I mean, you know, that's kind of how it looks, like one of these MK Ultra beta sex kitten or something, that she's just an asset. But she's out there pushing an official story when she doesn't have the evidence, which, according to Candace Owens here in their interaction, she doesn't have any more evidence than we have. And so, like, that's fucked, right? When her whole organization has all these flaws and it's, you know, it's falling apart and people are just acting on their own and the security guy is just, you know, I mean, everybody's failing here, right? Like TPUSK is failing more than I even knew. But of course it is, because what they're producing is clueless and they keep on trying to tell their audience, you know, they keep on thinking you're going to explain something and the audience is going to accept that explanation, right? It's like you've done something wrong and then you try to explain people why you did it. And they're just like, fuck you, we don't believe you. And you're still a piece of shit. And then you're like, well, I explained it. Like, you know, you don't understand how you can't change people's minds. And I can tell you, I'm in the change business. Like, you know, I've been working, you know, I mean, not intentionally, like, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't, especially now, I'm not here to change people, but I mean, it's the purpose of the idea of God within you and these things. The stuff that I talk about is about people needing to change. Like, this is, you know, I'm a part of a movement that's about people having to change. Like, we're all a part of that movement. We just don't accept it. And so, you know, I've accepted it, but, you know, changing people is almost impossible. Like, it's you know, it's why bother even trying? You're just toiling. But you can throw out information and give them an opportunity to you know, take a look at themselves, you know, give a helpful information that people might self-examine, right? their beliefs and other things. But for the most part, it's, you know, it's like throwing a cup of water into the desert. It's, you know, anyways.
And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing like but the affidavit. Okay, so what you have, what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, you are this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi. That's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage. And that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share.
So remember, Erika Kirk went on and she said, I have complete confidence in our team. And she meant her people, her lawyers, her people, and the people over there in Utah that are investigating this. And she should have no confidence. Now, again, it's hard to understand because she's not a real person. And she's totally not a truther. Like, she's the opposite of a truther. And it seems like Charlie Kirk really wasn't much of a truther himself, but far more than all the other people. Like, maybe they even were holding that guy back to whatever extent, right? And he understood people, like he knew he had to say something about the Epstein stuff. And he had to say something about Israel because he could feel where his audience was going. And that's something you kind of have to understand, right? Like if you have they have 650 employees, so they have a $20-30 million payroll. It's a massive organization that's fueled by people's generosity, that people believing in your mission, or shackled up people that are using you're going to use your influence. You lose your influence, and you lose the trust of your plebes. Then the big donor, Israeli lobby isn't going to give a shit about you, and the people that used to believe in you don't believe in you anymore. And so now you get no donations, no fucking merch sales, and no views, and you're just dead in the water. And you're like, well, how do we win this back? Well, you can't win it back. Like you're now like you were gifted an audience. The same thing happened with the Saj Mark stuff. Master Chargy, the master that, I was familiar with. He was the master of the system. He was a president and master of the system. He was a salesman, and then he rose to a CEO of his company. He was highly educated. He was top of his education. I mean, he was a brilliant person, like a fucking genius kind of person. And he was a genius in terms of understanding people and reading them and just understanding them. And he was just good at everything, like materially. He was good. He was an incredible leader and just all these things. And he worked constantly. He only slept a couple hours a day, and he would produce more work than like probably anybody in the history of the world. He's St. Paul in a previous life. All the things that St. Paul did for Christianity, he did for Sajmark. And he was this, epic person who had all these abilities. And this guy that replaced him was kind of a dope. And he was, he wasn't stupid. He was successful. He had 7 pharmacies, which isn't the best thing, but he was a successful businessman. And he was good at the Sajmark meditation. And people went to him like, he was a good preceptor, just what, the volunteer position that people have to help, that people go to you for sittings, and you help, explain to them what the system's about, right? It's kind of a role that I play with the Gratefullness meditation. And, Chargy was such a bigger than life person, and he was at the pinnacle of his spiritual evolution when he died, right? He was, of course, he as he got older and weaker, he wasn't able to be as sharp or whatever, but people knew him as at the top of his game. And this guy came in, and he was a fucking moron. He just got stupider. He made all these bad decisions. Very similar to what Turning Point USK is doing. He disavowed Chargy. He started throwing Chargy under the bus, which is, in the Indian master, disciple relationship, is a major no-no. I mean, it's a disaster. And he did all of that stuff, and he just wasn't watchable. His videos, they made these really bad videos. They made a video on suicide where he blamed the people around him, and he had this story of his friend committing suicide, and they brought back a zombie. Like, it was so fucking bad. number of my viewers here who were doing the meditation, one of whom had a daughter, somebody who attempted suicide or something, and they were offended by it because it was offensive. It was so fucking bad. And, there was a trust that had been built up by the other three masters based in service and based in that this organization helped transform people, the services that were rendered. And, you had this, you have this bank of trust. Like you have they've built up equity in the system. And this guy just spent the equity the same way that these guys are doing over at Turning Point. I mean, he did it almost in a worse way. And then, everybody just tunes out. Like, then you have to win them back. And, he wasn't somebody this guy Dodgy, he wasn't somebody who could have had an audience on his own, right? Like, Erika Kirk doesn't have an audience, like a real one. There might be some specific Christian girls or whatever. I don't even know. I don't know what her audience is, but, like, people who, watch a beauty pageant, and when the girls, when the beauty contestants get up there, and they do that thing about, how they're going to change the world, that such as, that girl that gets the such as girl, and this such as, that fucking moment, whatever that part of the competition, most of us go like, oh my God, this is so bad. But she thinks people are even buying that shit, right? Oh, I'm going to say, how are you going to change the world? And, they ask them about shit, and they come up with these answers, these beauty contested answers, and they think people actually buy that shit. Like Erika Kirk thinks people actually think that's sincere. Like, she doesn't even know how people look at her. She doesn't know how people perceive all that shit, right? This reality TV star wanting to be hoe. And so, this thing's imploding because they're clueless, right?
That information with Erika, they don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay, they have not seen anything that you have not seen, is what I want you to know. So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that
fake and gay
is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times it'll become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly, I've said that, I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have, okay? There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erika has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's a probable cause hearing, and that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was...
so this is the big moment of the meeting for her and for many of her viewers. And, to me it was when they said, hey, stop telling people not to donate, please. Right? Like that's, when she apologized for that and walked that back. Like that's what they got out of it. And they think that's going to be enough, but this is fucking far more damning for them because Erika Kirk says it's a slam dunk. And if you're going to be out there and be a religious leader, a spiritual leader, you have to be honest. You have to be perceived as honest, and you have to be right. You have to be right about things. You have to be on the right side of things, right? Especially if your audience, you have to either pander your audience and tell them what they want to hear, or you have to be factually right. Remember when I showed you this in this video, when Megyn Kelly defended, when Megyn Kelly's accused of being attacked for defending Candace Owens to Ben Shapiro. Because her small audience, this is a small demographic of people, but that's the kind of audience, or some portion of our audience is anti-Candace, right? And so, like I said, you got to understand that people are like that. And so either, you stick to your guns and you say, I'm going to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not, and you're going to leave, fucking leave. I don't give a shit, right? Which is the position I take here. I have something to offer you. If you don't want it, that's tough shit for you, right? You got to, it's not affecting me, right? It's not, your lack of view doesn't, I mean, I could pander to all kinds of people. I could have a much bigger show. I'm smart enough to know what people want to hear. I could carve off, I could tailor my message to a certain group of people and pander to them and their belief system. But it's not in me to do that. Like, I can't do that. But I could have a huge audience, right? I could, whatever it is, sell myself out. I'm smart enough to, and good enough at that to be able to do that. Like, you don't think I could do that, right? So, but I have something where I believe I'm actually, a conduit for something much higher and much, more valuable, has more value. But anyways.
And I said this in front of the lawyer because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win. You need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouch down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m., and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet investigators haven't reached out. Now, they offered back, well, maybe they haven't reached out because
Okay, so again, we get all this. So the thing about all this is, and I was saying before, Erika Kirk is just a clueless person. And, she's clueless about the fact that people are turning on Trump over Epstein, and it's a division in the MAGA movement, and the MAGA movement should go. It's never been real. There was no way to make America great again. That was all bullshit. Trump's a fake fuck. He's a bullshit and liar piece of shit, right? And so, with all that, you have to go one way or another. You can't be in the middle and try to be neutral and bring everybody together and think that, that shit sailed, right? You have to carve off a certain section of your audience. And there's no audience where you're going to be like, hey, guess what? This is a guy, I'm going to go with the official story. And the people that would go with you are the most worthless people. They're brain dead, worthless people. They're like, they're NPCs. Like, you're trying to get an NPC audience. People that are incapable of critical thinking, incapable of, making decisions for themselves. And they're just going with the Tyler Robinson story. Like, who would do that? The activated people are people who think for themselves and do research and don't buy into the official story. And so that's where TPUSK has completely failed. All right, so I'm going to wrap this one up here. This video is way too long as it is, and I'll start again. I'll go through this. I don't want to cover all of it, but the important points. Anyways, only spirituality will save this world. It's part of vital different points of the apocalypse and the ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful.